Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I am the host of Black CEO's premier event for 2021, Black and Iconic. And from the brilliant mind of Black CEO's founder, Trevor Otts, today's theme is Black Tie, Black Power, Black Money. And you don't want to miss this amazing lineup of speakers. Starting us off today during our morning session is going to be JJ Conway, and you'll also hear from one of my favorite people, Sakone Prince, who's going to do a workshop for us. So as I've shared with you all week long, make sure that you tell a friend so that they can tune in. The main way that you can do that is by sending them over to www.joinblackceo.com. Again, that's joinblackceo.com. And while you're there, I want you to get some swag and some merchandise so that you can represent the Black CEO that's already in you by going to blackceotshirts.com. That's www.blacktshirts.com. I can't wait to hear from all of our speakers that we have scheduled today, and I want to connect with you. I want to hear from you. See that you share this out, heart it up, and make your comments in the feed, because today is going to be Black Tie, Black Power, and Black Money. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I approve this message. Peace.
Hello, all my friends at BlackCEO. This is Myron Golden, and I'm going to share with you how to take your business from $10,000 a month to $128,000 a month in 4 moves. This is what I coach my high-level clients on, my $55,000 a year clients, my $155,000 a year clients, my $1 million a year clients. This is how I show them how to scale their business more than 12x in 4 moves. So here we go. Let's say that you've got a business where your core product offers $1,000. You're generating 100 leads per month. You're converting 10% of those leads. And so that's 10 sales. And each sale is $1,000. That equals $10,000 a month. So how do you take a business like this? You're generating 100 leads a month, which is 3.3 leads a day. You're converting 10% of those leads, which is 10 sales a month. That's 2.5 sales a week. And then those 10 sales a month are $1,000 each. You're making $10,000 a month. So there are 4 moves you got to make. And the only 4 ways to grow a business are to focus on lead generation, lead conversion, customer ascension, and customer retention. So we're going to start out with lead generation. Right now you're generating 100 leads a month. If you double this number times 2, you start generating 200 leads a month. If everything stays the same, you're still converting at 10%. At 10%, now instead of making 10 sales a month, you're making 20 sales a month if your conversion rate stays the same. Well, 20 sales times $1,000, you fixed one component of your business, and you just doubled your revenue. Wow, that's pretty powerful. To fix one thing in your business and double your business revenue is pretty mind-blowing, but it gets better. The next thing we show our clients how to do is we show them how to improve their conversion process, how to improve their sales process, and make their conversion rate go up. So when your conversion rate goes up, if instead of converting 10%, you double this number, and you start converting 20%. So now you're generating 200 leads a month times 20% conversion. That's 40 sales a month times $1,000 equals $40,000 a month. literally, I'm doing a challenge right now. We sold over 300 tickets in 8 days to this Make More Offers challenge. The low end tickets we sold about 170 plus at $97, and then we sold almost 130 at $297. So we did over $56,000 in ticket sales. We're going to do our close on a $15,000 offer on Friday, and we're going to do somewhere probably between $500,000 and $1 million in sales from this campaign that we've literally been working on for 2 weeks, right? We've been promoting for 2 weeks. We've been planning it for months, right? So these numbers are doable. Okay, so you convert 40% of your sales, or 20% of your sales. You make 40 sales a month. That's $40,000 a month. So you fix two things, and now you quadrupled your business. So now let's take it to another level. Let's 8X our business by adding one more component, and that is we are going to add a high-ticket offer. Now, one of the biggest challenges or one of the biggest problems I see in most businesses is most businesses, whatever their business is, especially in the coaching space, the consulting space, the author space, the speaker space, your prices are too low. If you're wondering why my business isn't doing any better, you're not charging enough. And you can see what you're doing is you're looking at what everybody else is doing, and you're making your prices based on what they're doing instead of figuring out what the result that you're producing is worth and making your pricing based on that. I have the ability, and people say, well, but you're Myron Golden, which really means nothing other than the fact that I'm the guy who happened to figure this out, and this is what I actually do. When I do coaching, when I do hourly coaching, I charge $25,000 an hour. And people pay me $25,000 an hour to talk to me for an hour. Why don't they pay you $25,000 an hour yet? Because you haven't started charging them $25,000 an hour yet. But you could. And so $25,000 an hour for coaching. If I go and speak at a conference, I charge $100,000 to go speak at a conference. My coaching packages, I have 3 coaching packages. One's $55,000, one's $155,000, one's $1 million, and we've sold all of them. And the point I'm making is you set the prices in your own business. Well, one of the biggest challenges I see in most businesses, especially businesses with black CEOs, you don't charge enough money. So raise your prices. So we're going to take this business here that has a $1,000 offer, and we're going to add what I call customer ascension offer, and we're going to add a $10,000 offer to their mix. So now you're going to add a $10,000 offer, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over here. So you add a $10,000 offer to your mix, and you're not going to convert as many $10,000 offers as you are $1,000 offers, but you can convert enough of them, right? And how many do you have to convert? Well, one of these equals 10 of these, right? So right here, you do one time, like 1/10 the work, make the same amount of money. I like that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say these 40 sales that you're making every month now because you've doubled your lead generation and you've doubled your conversion. Let's say 10% of these people take you up on your $10,000 offer. That's 4 sales times $10,000. That equals $40,000 a month. Well, if you add this $40,000 a month to this $40,000 a month, yep, you got it right. You're making $80,000 a month. That's almost $1 million a year. This is how businesses are built. Do you realize? And a $10,000 product, I know that seems like a big deal, but here's what I'm going to tell you. Do you know who makes the Maybach 64? Well, Mercedes makes the Maybach 64. The Maybach 64, depending on what year it is, blah, 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 you're going to pay somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000 for a Maybach, right? Now, why did Mercedes create a $300,000 to $500,000 car? Because they got tired of sending all their best customers to Rolls-Royce. See, when you don't have, I really want you to wrap your mind around this. When you don't have a premium offer for your clients, you're forcing your best clients to spend most of their money with somebody other than you. Think about that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that intentionally? Well, hopefully you wouldn't do it intentionally. So now you're at $80,000 a month, but that's not $128,000 a month. So how do you go from How do you go from 80,000 to 120? Well, you add a concept called forced continuity. What is forced continuity? Everybody who buys your core offer, this $1,000 product, you give them access to your newsletter, your membership site, or your software for free for a month or 2 weeks or for 3 weeks or for 2 months or for 3 months. Let's just say for 30 days after they buy your product, when they buy your product, they get access to your newsletter or your software or your membership site for a month for free. And after that, it's $100 a month. Well, you're making 40 sales a month. 40 sales a month, 40 times 100, that's 4,000 a month. Right? 4,000 a month. And 4,000 a month times 12 months is $48,000 a month after a year. So now you add this $48,000 a month plus the $80,000 a month. That equals $128,000 per month in revenue. That's about $1.5 million a year because you made 4 tweaks to your business. Here's what I'm going to tell you. As a Black CEO, don't go through life thinking, well, white folks won't buy from me because I'm black. I have a lot of white clients. Don't go through life thinking black folks won't buy from me because they won't spend that kind of money on product. I have lots of black clients. I have Asian clients. I have Hispanic clients. This whole storyline of who won't buy from you, the only place it really exists is in your head. So double your lead generation, double your lead conversion by improving your sales process, add a high-ticket offer, throw in forced continuity on your core offer, and you can grow your business from $10,000 a month to $128,000 a month in 4 moves. Now, for those of you who are like, but I don't know how to do that. Well, fortunately for you, I've created a program called the Make More Offers Challenge. When you go to that website, like right now, the challenge is live. The challenge is over this Friday. We started it on Monday. But the recordings are not included when you buy the challenge. You can pay $97 for the challenge, or you can pay $297 for the challenge. If you do $297, you get access to the VIP area, and you get extra bonuses, plus you get to be on Zoom. If you buy the $97 ticket, you watch the challenge on Facebook Live. But my point is, right now, if you get started in the challenge, even though we've already done 2 days, we've got 2 days right now in the Facebook group, and it will be in the Facebook group until Sunday night, this coming Sunday night, February 28th at 11:59 p.m. If you're watching this on a recording sometime down the road after February 28th, 2021, well then we will be doing the Make More Offers Challenge again later on this year. So what you do is you'll either get on a waiting list or to be notified, or you will be able to buy a ticket if the challenge is open. So congratulations for being a part of the BlackCEO conference, and take advantage of these concepts that I showed you, and you can take your life and your business to the next level. Thanks for watching.
Imagine coming home from a 6-month military trip to find your house sold, your stuff thrown out, and divorce papers in your face. That week, I became a single military mom with over $845,000 of debt. I had to learn how to hustle in a hurry, and with that much debt, I needed to go beyond easy side hustles and dig deeper into how money worked. I learned a lot of wealth building strategies, time-tested success strategies. And today I'm going to talk to you about one of the most powerful of these strategies that will explode the growth of your company. That principle is enslave no one. Now, none of us would argue that the wealth of this country was built on enslavement. It's even in my son's history books, right? But what many of us don't realize is that we, even people of color, are continuing this legacy of bondage. And anything built on slavery and bondage will not sustain the test of time. Not your company, not our country. We're seeing that right now. I take this principle of enslave no one so seriously that I look for it in any potential partner. And it doesn't take too long working with someone in collaboration to begin to see these aspects of their personality. Paul Martinelli says, how you do some things is how you do everything. And I have found that to be true. You cheat people in business, you're always blaming them for your mistakes, you bait and switch and overcharge. I don't want to do business because I'm walking a walk of excellence. We get very far with these techniques, sure, but you get much further when you learn how to create an environment of trust, which fosters creativity, innovation, and ultimately, production that enhances your bottom line. Now, I'm all about getting a good deal, and we all know too many people who insist that their 15-minute discovery session is worth $999, and you know it isn't. So go ahead and call that out, right? But I'm not going to invite a speaker who gets $15,000 per event to speak at my conference and tell her she got to pay for her slot. I'm not going to take advantage of the cashier accidentally giving me $20 when she should have given me only $5. Some of you call that a blessing, but it's not a blessing for her when she's got to make her drawer even out that night. And $15 could mean the difference between putting food on her table and going hungry another night. I've been there. $845,000 of debt ago, I've been there. And I'm not going to turn down a blessing, y'all, because sometimes people really are trying to bless you because they believe in you and they believe in your dream. One of the most important things we can do as human beings is enslave no one. And when we enslave no one, guess what? More people do for you simply because they believe in you and they believe in your dream. This is a principle I learned from the 10 Edicts of Concept Therapy. Concept therapy was founded by Dr. Thurman Fleet, the person who developed the stickman model I use in my Abundant Success course. Dr. Fleet basically said if you did nothing else of the philosophy that he created, which is the stick person and the 7 universal laws, all of his life's work, he said the most important concept was to enslave no one. The spirit of this principle is that we should never take advantage of someone. Now look, I know people have a spirit where they are willing to overcommit themselves. I've been one of those. Because for some people, they're looking for approval, so they'll overcommit. We also know that some people will overcommit because they have a low self-esteem and they set themselves up to be taken advantage of by others. There's times when people find themselves in a really tight spot in their life. Conditions and circumstances happen and they're there. They're down on their luck. Whatever it is. And they're willing to do just about anything. I'm going to tell you right now, never enslave that person. Never take advantage of that situation. If you want your company to grow and you want to create lasting and generational wealth, enslave no one. Now, there are people who have created a learning model in their life where they play the role of the doormat. They play the role of the victim. And when you allow a person to do that for you, you enslave them. Let me say that again very clearly. When someone presents themselves to you as a person that you can take advantage of, they play the victim, they overcommit, they have such low self-esteem that they're desperate for any droplet of approval and they'll do whatever you ask, and you allow them to do it for you, you might consider that a shrewd response, but what you're really doing is enslaving them. One of my mentors had a cleaning business, and he told me sometimes he had people working at night for him who were starting their own business during the day. One guy was working for a lawn care company, so he would cut grass at day and clean offices at night, and he was working towards starting his own lawn maintenance business. Now, some bosses would cut their hours to make them more dependent on the boss or to punish the guy for starting their own business. But not Paul. What he would do is he would take the guy, introduce him to the building manager who hired the business to clean offices, and say, look, somebody's got to cut your grass. This is the guy who manages your building at night. He knows the building. He knows everybody in it inside and out. And I know he's going to do a good job for you, because if he doesn't, I'm going to fire him. We can enslave our team in so many ways, but we justify it as good business, being a smart business person. But I'm showing you a way today that will make you a better business person, a smarter business person. It's not to do things that are just good for us. It's to do what's good for them. Now, there's other times we don't know when we are enslaving somebody, okay? And that's where this lesson comes in, because it's a new awareness. And with that new awareness comes all types of new responsibilities. This principle is no different than when we go to the cashier and they gave us extra money back. Like I was saying earlier, that person made a mistake. When you have this awareness, you don't say, oh, it's my lucky day, or that's what the company gets for hiring cashiers who are bad at math. No, enslave no one means that we don't allow a person to make a deal we know is not good for them or in their best interest. It also means that we don't manipulate people into making decisions or life choices that are not in their best interest, like me convincing employees to do more work over the weekend so that I don't have to work. I mean, that's easy to justify, isn't it? That's so much work to do, and I want to go to the beach. I deserve some time off, whatever it is. I mean, come on. That's why most of us got into business, right? To grow our money and free up our time. And so you give somebody 12 hours a day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and you know that by the end of the weekend they're going to be wiped out, but you convinced them it was somehow good for them because they could make extra money. Yeah, but was it really good for you? And you know that it was. So how about this one, okay? You got an employee who's under contract. He's worked for you maybe a couple of years. You really depend on him. They come into your office and they say, look, I got a new opportunity. Great opportunity for their family or themselves. It's their dream job. And what they're asking is, can they break their employment contract? Or maybe they're not even asking to break the contract. Maybe they're not under contract and they just want your blessing. They're saying, hey, I feel terrible, but this opportunity came up and I can't let it go. What do you do? My first ever virtual assistant, she got a big time editing job. And what was I going to say? No, I'm not happy for you. I'm not going to let you out of your contract. This was her dream. She's big time now, y'all. If you're into publishing and I told you her name, you'd be shocked that back in 2007, she was virtual assistant for a silly little newbie real estate investor. I loved her and she was amazing. Set a very high standard that few VAs after her have lived up to her. But you know what I did? I blessed her and I let her leave in peace. It was better for her. It was better for her family. Now look, it was better for me if she'd stayed. She had the kind of commitment that even if she was mad at me, she would have fulfilled her contract. But letting her go was better for her. And so if we try to drive that bargain to our benefit, here's the rule. Enslave no one. Now, physically, I think we get that pretty easily, but also enslave no one emotionally and enslave no one financially, and most of all, enslave nobody spiritually. Having been in ministry for 2 decades, it breaks my heart to see how many of God's children have been enslaved spiritually. That's a whole nother talk. So I think we can all get under the understanding of the term enslavement. It means to make someone a slave, but it also means to cause someone to lose their freedom of choice in an action. And we can cause that to happen in so many ways. And the dangerous thing about it is we can quickly justify it as good or smart business. Perhaps the most dangerous form of all is when we justify it by being the do-gooder. My Lord, more harm has been done by people thinking they're doing good. To be a slave means you have lost your power to withdraw unilaterally from any arrangement, and you have worked without being paid or compensated. You work without remuneration. When we enslave people, we are exercising our power over them. It's a form of control. And in every relationship you have, somebody has the upper hand, either emotionally or finances, with resources or whatever. And you know when you have it over somebody, you know you do. Financial control over someone or even spiritual control over them. So here's a great test to ask yourself. before you start stepping into save the day or be the do-gooder. Ask yourself, what's the benefit to me? What's the benefit to me if I do this good for them? If I do this good for them, if I really step in and help them, what's the benefit to me? We might find sometimes that the benefit to us is not about helping them, but it's about our own ego. We've also got to ask, what's the benefit to the person that I'm trying to convince to do something? If someone in your life is asking for your help and counsel, are you giving them counsel on all their options? I mean, all the options? Might you be withholding some options that you know they have? I mean, as a mom, I do that all the time, right? I give only age-appropriate options. I give options I want my kids to choose from. Now, that's good parenting. But your employees are not your kids. They are not your servants. And to get the most productivity out of them, you have to develop an environment for empowerment, not enslavement. Someone comes up to you and says, look, I'm looking at either doing this or that, and it's your benefit that maybe they're not aware of some other options. Are you enslaving them into that decision, or are you empowering them to their best good? Are you enslaving them to that decision because there's some benefit to you? This is truly the highest test for a person with awareness. And you start to see this pay off over time. You know, a lot of us start off, especially with real estate, construction, cleaning businesses, things like that. We have workers coming to us that have been with us for a number of years, and now they can stand on their own 2 feet, right? Like when they first came to us, I'm big into real estate investing. When they first came to us, they were in struggle, and now they can speak English. Now they got a driver's license. Now they got a support system in their community. And guess what happens? Now they've grown, they've flourished in your environment, and now they got new opportunities open up. And the nature of your relationship is that you have the power position, you're in the seat of control. But in those moments, though it may seem better for you to keep them working for you than to counsel them on this new opportunity to leave, we have to ask what's best for them. Can your company give or offer them a greater opportunity that would truly be better for them? Now, I've had to change some of my company aspects in order to keep people who I wanted to keep because I didn't have any greater opportunities for them, and they were growing. But sometimes we think it's best for them to stay with us, but I would challenge you on that sometimes. Are you really protecting them from being harmed when they stay with you? Is that really the highest expression of this person's free will, or is it your free will? And think about the legacy that you're passing down to the next generation. Parents do this all the time, don't we? Child wants to go to college somewhere, they want to go out of state, and mom or dad are like, we're not going to support you financially because they don't want to go through the pain of separation, or they really want their kid to go to their alma mater. Now, as a financial planner, I think student loans are the devil, so I'm not going to argue with that logic, but is that the real reason? See, there's a difference in being pragmatic and being in control under guise of do-gooder. There's two different things. You can help somebody, or you can be in control. We have to make room for them to make their own mistakes and decisions. We've got to allow that. And we can't enslave them financially. Well, you didn't declare physics like your mom, so I'll spend my money on my own self. My path may not be my boy's highest and good. And as aware people, we know, well, listen to me, as aware people, we know we are exercising our power and authority over another person when we do that. There's a difference between, we don't recommend that you go to that party school because you'll have to take loans, which will hamstring you for the first 10 years of your career, and you probably won't graduate because you'll be having so much fun partying, when you could just go nearby and graduate debt-free. There's a difference between saying that and saying, you either go to my alma mater or you can pay your own way just because you can. That's not love, that's control. And as aware CEOs, we must never use that gift of authority, that gift of resource, that gift of awareness against someone. So be slow to step into the role of advisor, the role of the do-gooder, and be more likely to step into the role of coach. We got to check our motives, check our heart, check our agenda, and check our ego. Now, if you run a company according to this principle of enslave no one, your company will be productive beyond your wildest dreams, and you will flourish if you run your life this way. Enslave no one. There's a price when you do. The best arrangements are mutually beneficial, even in business. Then it's going to last. Walmart in China is a great example of this. Now, if countries, if they have great trade and it's mutually beneficial for them to not be at war, well, they're not going to go to war. Probably not going to go to war. And it's the same with your team. If you're an entrepreneur and you have people that work for you, if the arrangements are mutually beneficial, they're going to last. The opposite of that, of course, is that unequal exchanges soon die. And when they do die, there's resentments left behind. And if you try and exploit someone and it goes south, it leads to future distrust on both of your parts. Even if they're the ones that in the end behave badly, it still sets exploitation feelings in you, and you still become distrustful of people. And that's going to hinder the growth of your company. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We need to build a company based on trust and initiative. Unequal exchanges soon die, so it's got to be fair. And the question then is, well, who decides? Who decides what's fair? As emotional creatures, we perceive things out of who we are, right? We have different degrees of fairness, right? We judge ourselves by our intentions. We judge others by their results. So we do need the clarity of some kind of agreement. And in large organizations, that's typically going to be a contract of employment, right? But while you can legislate some things, the best companies harness the discretionary goodwill of their employees. So they bring much more of themselves to work because they care so much and because they want to contribute when they're motivated to do so. So the clarity of agreement is important. I need to know what you want from me, and then you need to know what I want from you. But it can be inefficient. And if everything in your company is done haggling over contract, you've unwittingly bred a very low trust environment. And in that kind of low trust environment, there's a great inefficiency. There's a high efficiency and a high trust arrangement. If you can spend less time arguing over exactly what's fair, if you can just move forward and get on with it, you say moving at the speed of trust, you can achieve a lot more. Some of you aren't achieving as much as you could be because you're so busy arguing with folks and training new people because it's like your company is a revolving door. This principle of enslaving no one will allow you to build a strong company that stands the test of time. If you want your team members to make that discretionary decision to do more for you, you have to build the kind of company that empowers, not enslaves. Now, I know we've talked a lot today, and for many of you, you're still sitting in surprise that the ever-frugal financial planner herself is teaching this. But it's all about walking in excellence, which I truly believe is required to walk in abundance no matter how much money you make. And walking with excellence requires, for many of us, adjusting our levels of thinking and self-belief from what brought you today's results. Einstein said you cannot solve today's problems with the same level of thinking that created them. So I encourage you to meditate on this topic and look for ways to empower your people rather than enslave them. I'm JJ Conway. Thanks for joining me. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here today. I'm speaking at this conference, being able to share my story with each and every one of you. I know that the last year has been crazy with COVID-19, but for some of you has truly been a comfort zone. A lot of you are walking around with your cute masks. Now that we've been wearing them for almost a year, you've gotten them customized and personalized, and you're looking really cute. But one of the things that those masks are helping to do is helping to hide who you truly are. You know what I'm talking about. How many of you are dealing with imposter syndrome? How many of you are going to work every day showing up a totally different person? You know what I'm talking about. I know firsthand what that looks like. Do you know how I know? Because I've lived it, I've walked it. I have been the perfect picture for imposter syndrome. Let me explain to you how. I've been a nurse executive. I've had the corner office. I made a 6-figure income. I lived in the suburbs in a big old house. I drive a caddy truck. I got it all. I even got a husband that I've been married to for almost 30 years. 2 kids that I'm trying my best to kick out the house, but they won't go. All I'm missing is a dog and a white picket fence. People at work are so amazed. So many people that see me are like, oh my goodness, Dr. B, you have all of this. But they don't understand that I'm showing up a totally different person. I'm dealing with imposter syndrome. You see, I'm showing them who they want to see, not necessarily who they need to see, so that they can be the best that they can be. I showed up every day, living this life. So many people want what I had, but they didn't understand what I went through to get where I was at. I know I'm not the only person out there that's struggling with that. I know I'm not. Show of hands, how many of you, now that I've described it, are dealing with imposter syndrome? I know. But in order to live our best life, in order to live our truth, we have to shed that. We have to let people know who we are. We have to be transparent. See, what I want to do today during my speech is I want to take you out of your comfort zone. I want us to have a grown folks conversation. You know what I'm talking about, those conversations that grandma and mama used to have, and they used to say, get out of here, no kids allowed. Kids shouldn't be hearing this. Kids shouldn't be seeing this. You know, I want to have that type of conversation. And if you're watching this today with someone else in the room, I'm just asking for you to do a couple of things. As I ask a series of questions, I want you, as the person next to you raises their hand, or even if they attempt to raise their hand, or you feel them flinch in some type of way when I ask these questions, I ask that you be non-judgmental, that you don't give them a side eye, that you don't make them feel less than. If anything, I want you to reach over and I want you to pat their hand and I want you to tell them it's going to be okay and you got their back. Can you do that for me? I think you can do that for me. I'm Bridget Leonard. I'm Dr. Bridget Leonard, and I'm Dr. V, and I'm about to take you on a journey. I'm going to take you on this journey with me. So let's go ahead, buckle your seatbelts, and let's go on this grown folks journey. Let's start with the questions. Are you ready? All right. How many of you lost a child? How many of you lost a parent before the age of 10? How many of you were shuffled from house to house when you were growing up because you had parents that were either drug addicted or had alcohol issues or some type of mental issues? How many of you were told that you would never amount to anything? How many of you were abused coming up? Verbally abused, physically abused, mentally abused, sexually abused. How many of you suffer from depression? There were times when it was so dark, you couldn't see your way out. How many of you were chased around the house by a person with a shotgun with the pure intent to kill you? And that person was your own mother. That's deep, isn't it? How many of you had a child by the age of 15? How many of you dropped out of high school? How many of you were told that you were cute, to be so dark, to have lips so big? How many of you had 4 kids by the age of 21. How many of you felt like giving up so many times? And you even took it a step further by trying to commit suicide once, twice, maybe even 3 times. I know the questions I asked were hard. The questions I asked possibly made you feel transparent. The questions I asked possibly even put tears in your eyes because it took you to a place that you had forgot about, that you had left in a corner. Because again, you're dealing with imposter syndrome. When I asked those questions, did you notice one thing? Because I asked each and every one of you to hold up your hand if that question applied to you. Did you notice what was happening here on the stage? Did you notice that for each question I asked, my hand stayed up? My hand stayed up for each and every question that I asked you. Now, all those questions I asked, there's no way, there's no reason whatsoever that all of that should happen to one person. But it did. That one person was me. But I'm standing here today because I've learned that what doesn't break you truly, truly makes you stronger. So I'm not asking for your pity today. Oh no, I am not asking for your pity. Because each and every lesson, each and every trial and tribulation that I went through growing up, it made me stronger. It made me want more. It made me want to do more. That is why I'm asking you to let imposter syndrome go, to be the best you can be, to live with your truth. Your truth helped to make you who you are today. Don't let anyone take that away from you. You see, I'm sitting here today with all of that baggage behind me. But don't get me wrong. It was not an easy journey. You see, I turned 50 last year. And I didn't start sharing that until about 2 years ago. Why? Because I had to learn how to forgive. I had to forgive all of those people that put all that hurt and pain on me so that I could live my life. So what I did 2 years ago was I made a big, bold move. And I went on Facebook and I wrote a letter of apology. I wrote a letter of apology to my mom. And in that letter, I forgave her for all the things she did to me. You see, me and my mom, we had a very tumultuous relationship, years 1 through 18. But from the age of 18 to 19, we created a bond that was unbreakable. We were able to talk as women. Unfortunately, that was her last year of life. So we did everything in that 1 year that should have been done for the whole 19 years of my life. But I held on to that for years. My mom died in 1991. It wasn't until 2010. It wasn't until 2018 that I was able to say, you know what, Mom? I forgive you for not being the best mom because you probably didn't know what a mother was supposed to be. And I realized that I had to let all of that go so that I can live my best life, so that I can be a better mom to what now I have 6 kids, ages 19 to 35. My older kids, I denied them a mom for so long because I didn't know how to be one. But I'm determined from here on out to be the best mom that I can be, to be the best person that I can be. My personal mission statement in life is to positively affect at least one person every day through words, thoughts, or actions. And I'm living every day of my life making that true. There were 3 things in my life that made me see that I needed to be better, that I needed to do better. Those three things were first and foremost when my mom died, being the oldest child, having to write her obituary. My mom never worked. Like I said, she was addicted to drugs, she was addicted to alcohol. I didn't know what to write because I didn't want to write the bad things. So at that point, I was determined that when it came time for my death, my six kids would not have to think about what to write because I would make a way in this world that I positively impacted so many people, including them, especially them, that they would be writing for days. So that was one thing. The second thing that impacted my life was my son dying. At the age of 21, I had four kids. I lost one of those kids to SIDS. He was 2.5 months old. You see, at that time, I had went back to college. My mom always said that I was book smart, not necessarily street smart. I didn't understand what she was saying, but I got it. I got it. So I went back to school. But after I lost my son, I went to work study for a month straight. Don't ask me how I got there. Don't even ask me why I was there. But one day they came up to me and they said, Bridget, this isn't going to work. You're coming to work, you're not here, you're not present, you're not showing up, and you're smelling like a homeless person. You need to get yourself together. It was at that point that I realized that I had three other kids at home that I had to live for. You see, I understand now that God gives us kids in our life. He's given them to us on a borrowed plan. And I had to embrace that and accept that in order to move on. I knew that God had gave him to me for only 2.5 months, but he gave him to me for a reason, for me to get myself together. And from that point on, I've tried my best to be the best person that I can be. So I thank you, God, for that gift. And I thank you for my son because he truly helped to impact me. The third thing that helped to change my life was simply working at McDonald's. I was working at McDonald's at 21 years old. I thought I was doing something. I started at McDonald's. I was working in the grill. They moved me to the front of the restaurant as a crew leader. I thought I was doing something. Duh. I'm still in McDonald's. Whether it's the front of the building or the back of the building, I'm still at McDonald's making $3.35 an hour trying to raise three kids and myself. And my husband and I had gotten married when I was 19. Where did they do that at? That wasn't going to work for me. So I had to do better. So those three things helped to catapult me to make me want to do better. So although I was a high school dropout, I turned my life around. Right now, even though I went through all of that stuff and I described to you guys, I was a teen mom. I was abused in every fashionable way. I tried to kill myself 3 times. I suffered from depression. I didn't like myself. There were times I didn't look in the mirror. Look at me today. I have on bright pink lipstick. There was a time where I wouldn't put on lipstick because I wanted to hide, because I thought my beauty was a curse. But today I embrace my beauty. I embrace my big lips. I embrace my chocolate colored skin. I embrace me. Today I'm Dr. B. I'm bold. I'm beautiful. I'm empowered. I'm encouraging. I'm motivating. I'm inspiring. I'm a nurse. I'm an author. I'm a speaker. I'm a professor. I like to tell people I'm all that. And 2 bags of chips. 2 bags of whole food chips at that. It's funny because sometimes people take my confidence as cockiness. What they don't understand is for the longest, I hid. I hid who I was. I hid in corners. I let my successes tell my story. I didn't use my voice. But today I'm asking you to start using your voice, to tell people who you are, to tell people what you've been through. They need to hear that. For the past 2 years, I've been telling my story. And I have helped so many people to see that your past does not dictate your future. It truly doesn't. Me opening my mouth has helped so many broken women understand that life is worth living, that life is worth taking chances and being the best you can be. I often tell people, you cannot pour from an empty cup. So today I love myself and I pour into myself constantly, frequently. And I'm asking you to do the same. because you cannot pour from an empty cup. And it's okay to be selfish. It's okay to do things for you. Because when you put a smile on your face, when you're living your best life, you can't help but to spread that onto others. It becomes contagious. So I'm asking you to do that. I'm asking you to live your best life. I'm asking you to crush your goals, to not hide behind imposter syndrome. Let people accept you for who you are. It's okay. We weren't made in a common mode. We were all put on this earth to be different, to add value to each other's lives. And unfortunately, some of us have to go through the bad things in order to grow. You see on my wrist, I have a tattoo of a lotus. I love the lotus. This is a flower that is grown in mud, but it rises above the water and it floats on that water, and it's one of the most beautiful flowers. I see that in you. I see it in me. We can all be lotuses out here. So as I end my speech today, and again, the purpose is to not let your past dictate your future, to write the chapters of your life. When I say write the chapters of your life, I'm saying if I would have stuck with what society wanted me to be, if I wouldn't have pushed forward, if I wouldn't have persevered, I would merely be a picture in Webster's dictionary up under the word statistic. But because I pushed forward, and because I believed in myself, and because people believed in me, you can now find my picture in the dictionary up under perseverance. And I'm going to keep pushing, and I'm going to keep pushing. So today I'm going to leave you with 3 takeaways. First and foremost, if you went through anything that I've discussed, any of those issues where I asked you to raise your hand, if you went through any of those issues and you have wounds that are not healed and you still have scabs, I'm asking you to seek counseling. Counseling is very, very important. You need a professional. That professional is not your best friend. That professional, sometimes it's not even your pastor. Please go seek out licensed help. Second, I'm asking you to live your best life. Living your best life does not mean a 6-figure income. I quit corporate America. I quit corporate America almost a year ago, and I'm the happiest person I've ever been in my life. Living your best life does not mean having a corner office. Living your best life simply means finding things and placing people in your life that make you smile, that make you want to get up, that make you want to go hard, that make you want to go harder, and finding ways to positively impact others. The third thing I'm going to leave you with is take back the pen and write the chapters of your life. Don't let anyone define you but you. I can't want more for you than you want for yourself. I am Dr. V. Do not let your past dictate your future. Write the chapters of your own life. Live your best life, crushing goals. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Have an awesome day. Bye-bye.
Masterminds, mentoring, strategist, government contracts, credit restoration, business credit, investing, crypto, digital real estate, sales and marketing funnels, $1 million funding, asset protection, the tax game, forex market, option trading. These are some of the tools that are taught inside of our platform, theblackmillionairesmatrix.com.
Hello everybody, how you doing? This is Sakoni Prince, and I am so excited to be hosting this panel discussion at the Iconic Conference. And we have two dynamic individuals that's going to be sharing information that's going to help you become more iconic. And I want to take the time right now to allow them to introduce themselves. So Josephine, would you go first?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Josephine Ochenny. I am the CEO and founder of Career Restyle. And really what Career Restyle is a community where we actually let people share their career experiences. We are very passionate about knowledge sharing, and we really believe that every idea is valid. And so at Career Restyle, we provide you with resources that have to do with different career experiences. We provide you with tools, and we believe in advocating for you and championing for you. And so I'm so excited to be here tonight. I know there's so much to talk about, so look forward to really getting into the meat of everything.
Well, thank you so much. And we're looking forward to the information that you're going to be sharing. Now, next up, we have Tiara. Would you tell us about yourself?
I would love to. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much. I'm so excited to be on today's panel. So my name is Tiara M. Tucker. I am from Illinois, south of Chicago, now residing in Dallas, Texas. And I like to say that I'm the wearer of many tiaras to play off of my name. To name a few, I am the founder and president of Speak That Movement, which is my 501c3 charitable organization, which I created with a mission to empower and equip professional women in business along their journeys of dream and goal realization, just encouraging them and supporting them to use their voice, walk in their purpose, and also to help support them to combat the mental health and social injustice roadblocks that we as women can face along our journeys. I'm also the president and founder of Tiara PR Network, which is my boutique PR firm based in Dallas, where I focus on purpose-driven PR, communications, events, and coaching. So I really love it. I love to help clients and others along their journeys. And I'm also the host and producer of Speak That Talks, which is a baby of Speak That Movement, where I just host weekly live shows where I bring in different speakers from all over the country and even outside of the country as of 2021. And we just empower, uplift, and connect people to help us get through COVID-19.
All right. Well, that is incredible. So I really want to get into some of these panel discussion questions because I know that y'all have a lot of information to share. So one of the first questions that I want to ask, and you can just, I'm not going to call on anybody. I'm going to let you step up to the mic yourself. But one of the first questions I want to ask is, given today's climate, given today's political and national climate, do you really feel that you have the freedom to be authentically Black? And what I mean by that is sharing your views, your culture, your music, or do you feel you have to scale back in order to fit in? So whoever wants to take that, go right ahead.
I'll go ahead and jump in. That's such a great question. I think, as you mentioned, right now we are in a heightened political climate, and being honestly just a Black or brown individual is very difficult. And so there's a lot of stereotypes that we face often that we have to try and debunk. And so I really believe that, we truly as a people have the opportunity to really change those different stereotypes and really just, go against the norm. I think that in terms of, you mentioned the music industry, you mentioned just career fields, just different opportunities that we have. We really have that chance to, especially in the climate that we're in, to really take the bulls by the horns and really just show people who we really are. So I believe actually that this is a really good time to authentically be Black or brown, to be an individual where you can just truly showcase that, I am not how I'm often represented. And I am able to go against a lot of the cultural misconceptions about me. And so this is truly a time of empowerment, I believe. I believe this is a time where we can truly let our voices speak for us. We can let our careers, show the mindset that we have and the things that we want to contribute to society. And again, we know that, in this democratic land that we live in, there's so much that we can really prove as a people. And I think we've seen that, right? We've banded together, and in us banding together, it's shown that we have solidarity and we have power in numbers. And so this is the time to really be proud of who we are and to be authentically Black or brown. So I think this is the perfect timing, actually.
Good, good,
I
good.
totally agree with you, Josephine. I feel like this is our time. It always was our time, to be perfectly honest with you. But this is our time right now where I believe that, we all recognize that 2020 really did bring a lot of things to the surface, right? We were dealing with the global pandemic, which we still are. We were dealing with very blatant social injustices and police brutalities. And I think that when we really think about all that we experienced in 2020, on top of the political climate and what was going on in the White House and outside of the White House, I think it really stirred up some things, right? I feel like people became even more bolder, right? Whether they were on this side of the fence or the other side of the fence. And I believe because people were becoming more bolder, that it actually was the most appropriate time for us as Black people to stand up, to represent who we are, and to stand up for what we believe in. And so when I think about 2021, where we are right now, I am the first to say it loudly and on this platform right now. All of the glass ceilings and glass walls are officially shattered for Black people. And if you are still living with the mindset that you can't become this or you can't become that, it's a mindset thing. Because when our VP, Kamala Harris, was elected by the people and
Yes.
sworn in, she proved to every Black girl, brown girl, white girl, and every man, woman, anybody within the United States and outside of the United States of America that all things are possible. So she is a representation of us. She is also us. So I just really hope that when we think about it, we have an African American, we have a Black woman, whatever we want to say she is, but we have a Black woman in one of the highest seats in a country. We have Black women and Black men that are becoming CEOs and, directors and presidents and vice presidents. And whether people want to say, yeah, but it's because of this or because of that. No. We get these seats because we earned them, we deserve them, and we have everything that it takes to stay in them. So I think that no, this is the time to use your voice and use it unapologetically and even louder than ever before.
I think about the article that I had a chance to write for the SCLC magazine, and the subject was "Stay Woke." And I kind of did a play on that Childish Gambino song of the same, Redbone, but the chorus was "Stay Woke." And I really talked about how that for the first time, I think that us as people of African descent, Black people, we really saw how us banding together was able to actually make a difference. I even quoted the Detroit minister who talked about that we went from picking cotton to picking presidents. Talked about how we turned the state of Georgia blue with the amount of turnout that we had. And I honestly believe that after seeing that happen, after seeing how our collective power could actually make a difference, it has really awakened something in us. I'll tell you this story because even in that article, I talked about this. Our youngest daughter is away at college, about an hour and a half away from where I live right now. And she missed the opportunity to vote absentee. And she called and she said, "Can I come home and vote?" I got up at 3:00 in the morning, drove an hour and a half to her school. And when I got there, she was standing in the door. She got in the vehicle, drove an hour and a half back, dropped her off at the at the place for her to vote. I came home, did a couple of things. About 30 minutes later, she called me, told me she was done. Went and picked her up, took her back to college for a 2:00 class and came back home. Now, I could have honestly said, well, it's just one vote. In fact, what is that going to do? But when I saw how important it was to her, when I saw how needful it was to her. I mean, even if she hadn't have voted and they won, she would have felt left out because she didn't contribute anything. But she knew because she made that sacrifice and she was so willing to be a part and to have her voice heard, I didn't want to stifle that. And I was willing to make any sacrifice necessary in order to allow her to do that. And so you're right. We have an opportunity to really showcase who we are and to tell people about our contributions. This is Black History Month. And I did a speech, a virtual speech nonetheless, but a speech where I talked about write your own history. And I was encouraging individuals. And I talked about some of the people that have blazed trails in the past. The first guy that did the open heart surgery, first guy that did the blood transfusion, in fact, the guy that found or that actually started the cell phones, all of them were African Americans. But I encouraged the students to write their own history and to become iconic by doing so. And so I'm so grateful for this conference because it allows us a chance to really showcase our own excellence and really to tell our own story, because there's nothing worse than having somebody misrepresent you or somebody get it wrong or somebody paint you in an unfavorable light. But when you have an opportunity to hold a pen and write your own story, you definitely want to take advantage of that.
Okay, can I add to that? Because that is such an amazing point, because not only do we need to write our own story for each other and for future generations, and also to show honor to generations that went before us, that fought this good fight before us, but we have to write our story so that the other people can understand how iconic we are, how amazing we are, how we are the people that created these things that are being used, but our names weren't the ones put in the history books and our faces weren't the ones that people saw. And I believe that what we have right now in America, although we see a lot of, we still see the division, but there's also been a lot of unity, because what I believe is when we step to the plate in a powerful, unified force as Black people in solidarity, we make the other folks look and say, okay.
Yes.
And that is so true. That is so true, which actually brings us to our next panel discussion question, which is, can you honestly say that what you're doing now is making it easier for somebody coming behind you? And what I mean by that is this. Oftentimes, we've seen situations where somebody will make it harder for somebody else. They'll make it more difficult and more challenging. Even in relationships, you'll have it where one person is using what happened to them from another one. They're taking it to another situation. Well, as far as us as African Americans, are we performing at such a level that makes it easier for somebody else coming behind us, or are we being a hindrance and a stumbling block to where they're like, hey, all of them are alike, all of them are lazy, blah, blah, blah. What are we doing to contribute to the cause, if you will? So anybody want to chime in on that one?
I'll go first and chime in on that one. Thank you so much. So honestly, I think that, we've all echoed that this is our time, right? It's always been our time. And when I think iconic, I think legacy. And really what we're doing right now is we're building legacy, right? We're building legacy for the future to come. And so when you mentioned, are we a stumbling block or are we a catalyst? I would say we're a catalyst. And when we're talking businesses, it's me and Tiara on here right now, and it's such an honor to be on this platform with her. I mean, two awesome women, right, that are entrepreneurs, that are getting it, that are trying to make it. And I know that, not only will we be successful, but as well, we're paving the way for our future, right? And we're paving the way and we're showing people that this is so possible. And so I really think that in this moment that we're in right now, right? If you could bottle up this moment, really what, the essence of this moment would be is, am I paving the way for the next generation? And the answer to that would really be yes, I am, right? I'm showing people that it's possible. Everyone has a personal brand. Everyone has a personal story. And my story is that I am the child of immigrant parents. I was an immigrant myself. And so coming to this country, right, and being given the opportunity not only for education, but to do greater, I'm not going to waste that opportunity. And so when I see other people like myself, I take it upon myself to not only champion and advocate for them, but to really show them that if I can do it, an immigrant, right? Someone from Africa, Nigeria specifically, if I can do it, then you can do it as well, right? And so I think that's the beauty of being an entrepreneur. That's the beauty of being a awesome business owner, especially a female business owner. You can show people behind you that you are more than capable. And so for my business career, Restyle specifically, I mentioned earlier that we truly believe that no idea is stupid. We believe every idea is valid. And we believe that you might have to pivot, you might have to tweak it, you might have to do something a little different, but your idea is valid and you can make it to where you want to make it to. And so really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to provide people with a platform and an opportunity to really not share their career experiences, but to knowledge share so that you can know that in partnering together, you can get so much further than you could get by yourself. So this is definitely that time where we really are, building these blocks and building these roads for people who came before us, who did the same for us. And we're trying to pave the way for other individuals too as well.
Right. Chair.
Yes, nicely put, my sister. And I would just like to answer your question by saying that I believe that we definitely are, a catalyst because meaning people that are taking the steps to make a difference, right? Because I believe, and I hate to keep going back to 2020, but I just believe it will be such a pivotal year in our history and in our journey. But one thing that COVID has shown us and continues to show us is that tomorrow is not promised. It shows us that we can have moments where we are forced to be still. Whether you were moving and shaking and traveling and parents and you send the kids to school, going to work in rush hour traffic, well, guess what? We all, for the most part, were forced to be still. And in that period of being forced to be still, I believe what it allowed a lot of people to do, if they pressed in on it, was to dig deep and say, now that I have a moment to be still, what do I really want to do? What do I want the next month, next year, next decade of my life to look like? Okay, I could lose my job tomorrow because other people have. So what else do I have in me to make myself continue to be marketable, continue to be competitive? So what I personally experienced in my own life, as well as with my friends and people who I encountered, was that people were digging deep, those that chose to. I found that new books were birthed, new businesses were birthed, people were collaborating. I mean, people were hosting virtual events like no other. So we didn't have to be confined by, I live in this city, only locals can come. Now, like we're doing right now with Iconic, you can be anywhere in the world. All you need is a strong internet connection, a phone or a computer, and you can receive something to help you reach your goals or live your best life. But the question is, do people want it, right? Because the people are out here, man. If nothing else, I'm telling you, I think Black folks took it to another level. Like we're opening up business even in a pandemic. We're collaborating, proving that, you know what, two Black sisters can be on a platform together, encourage each other and say, girl, you look good. And Mr. you look handsome in that tuxedo today. We can do that and not hate on each other. And I don't want her business to be better than mine. No, I want to know how can we collaborate and what can we do together? So I think that's why there is a large wave of us seeing people moving forward, but I still believe it's a mentality as well, because there are still people who, I hate to say it, they will be left behind because they're not willing to change their mindset to move forward.
And that's so true. That is so true. I think about at the inauguration, that moment where, Michelle Obama pointed at Kamala and they pointed back at each other. I mean, that was just that sisterly love that you talked about, that kind of support. And also the fact that we are a resilient people. I mean, we have had to, for most of our life, just be resilient. And I mean, be innovators. You know, we've had to, you know, make something out of nothing. And I think that even 2021, it leveled the playing field. You know, somebody told me that they say, you know, Tony Robbins is doing virtual events. Les Brown is doing virtual events. Everybody's online. So it's not like I have to be in a sold out arena. I have access to the same people that they do. So the question is, am I going to step up and am I going to step out and do exactly what they're doing? So even
Well
while you were
put.
talking, I thought about an incident that happened with my youngest son, and this was several years ago at an event I was putting on, I was hosting. And the unfortunate thing about it was that it was so close to the house. I mean, literally less than a mile from my house. And of course, inevitably, I forgot something. I left something at home. I had gotten everything, almost everything. I was like, oh man, I forgot that. So I had to run to the house for a second. And our youngest son, he was 10 at the time, now he's 13. He said, Dad, can I ride with you? And I said, sure, son, come on. And I mean, I'm in my mind thinking, okay, because I know I can't come back. I don't have enough time to come back to get anything else. So I'm trying to make sure that I have everything that once I get home, I can get everything that I need. And while I'm driving this short distance to the house, without being prompted, without saying a word, my son just spoke up and said, Dad, I'm proud of you.
Mm.
And while I was going 35 miles an hour inside, I stopped because I realized that he was watching. And our children are watching. They need to see examples of us going after our goals and our dreams. And I tell people all the time, your children's heroes shouldn't just be on the screen. It shouldn't be in a magazine. It shouldn't be on Instagram or TikTok. They shouldn't be on YouTube. They should be across the table from them. They should be able to have breakfast and dinner with their heroes. We should be their heroes. We should be that example. We can say, yeah, you can do anything and you can go after your goals and your dreams. But the question is, are we doing it? Are we showing them that it's possible? Because they see the shiny and the glitz and the glamour, you know, they see the Photoshop pictures and the filters on, you know, Instagram, but they don't see the struggle. But when they are living with you, when they see the sacrifices you have to make, and some of them, they will never even know. But they need to know that we didn't let anything stop us. They need to know what they're made of. They need to know what their stock is. And so that's why, to me, legacy is so important because it allows for the transfer of, yes, I was able to accomplish this, but guess what? You can do the same. And so that's one of the things that I like about this conference because it reminds us about being iconic. And an icon is someone that represents something.
Right.
On our phones, on our computer systems, we have what we call icons. And when you double click on it, it opens up a program. The icon is the picture of what the program is going to do. So what about us? What are we a picture of what's possible?
So good.
People see us, you know, they see our picture, but can they honestly say behind that smile, behind that pretty face, behind those cute earrings, behind that lovely dress or that nice tux, is there anything? I remember I had on a suit, and I'm not going to take up too much time because I know I could talk a lot, but I was walking downtown. I had on just a regular suit, a black suit, and I put a little handkerchief in the collar. I didn't even have on a tie. Black suit, white shirt, white handkerchief, and I was just walking down the street. And this one guy said, now that's the way you wear a suit. And I'm thinking, this suit is like 5 years old. But it wasn't the suit, it was how I was carrying myself. It was the atmosphere or the air about me, not one that was boastful or prideful or high-minded, but someone that was confident in who I was. And I want to encourage everybody that's even watching this right now, that needs to be you. Your confidence needs to show up every time you show up.
Yes.
Because that's what makes you iconic. Yes. Now, another question that I have for our illustrious panel is this. If there was one thing you could change about the Black condition, whether it be economical, social, with finances, anything, if there was one thing you could change, what would that be?
I can jump in on that one. Oh, it's only one thing.
Well, let's start with just one.
um, I will go back to mindset. You know, I feel like I wish we could change our mindset, and this is such a deeply rooted, systematic situation that we as Black people face, because I feel like, going back to slave days, right? It was a mindset being embedded in us then. We were inferior. We had to do what others said. We were confined. And then I believe that even in 2021, as a race, people still feel like we're confined. When we go apply for jobs, sometimes we're going to find the entry level role versus the vice president role, the president role, or the CEO role. Or we feel, the imposter syndrome come in. We have the degrees, Blacks are some of the most educated people. We have the spending power. But why is it that we don't have those things? Why don't we own the homes and the blocks and the neighborhoods and the brick and mortars and the businesses and drive those luxury dream cars and have our kids going to college student loan free because the money was already there? Why don't we create generational wealth and generational blessings versus continuously moving forward with generational curses and generational debt? So I just wish that mindset shift could change, where we can believe, hey, I can have what the next person can have. Right. I can shop at that store. I can buy those clothes, those shoes, that whatever, or go to this college or apply for this role or that position. And I think that when we believe we can, and we continue to see people step to the plate and be examples of what is possible, but also be transparent about what it took to get there, the hurdles, the obstacles, what we had to overcome, then I think that will help with that mindset shift. And I know I can only have one, but I just want to say finances too, right? Because I think that finances plays a big role, more than we want to realize, in our mindset. Because, if folks are living check to check, well, sometimes it's hard to believe in your possibilities. Or if folks are barely making it, sometimes it is hard to dream bigger. So I would say the mindset and the belief that we can have those things that we desire.
Yeah, that's true.
So well articulated. So like Tiara said, everything starts in the mind, right? So you conceive something in your mind, soon it becomes a thought, and then afterwards it becomes a pattern, right? And so the mind is a very, very powerful tool. One of the things that I would say I wish would change within the Black community, I would say, is education, how we are taught. And the sustainability behind that. So for me, I'm very big on organizational management. That's something that is a strong suit of mine. And I really believe that how you organize a system, and how you make that system sustainable so that it can be carried out and carried on is so important. And I think a lot of our opportunities are quenched when programs pop up, but they're not sustainable. And those programs aren't really feeding to the minds and feeding to the expansion of the opportunities that are out there for individuals such as ourselves. And so I would really say just the planning and the platform in how we are taught, right? And so when we are being taught, are we being taught in a way that it kind of helps our mind expand? Are we being taught in a way that we can see beyond our present circumstance, where we can say, hey, I can go study abroad. Hey, just because, my school is in a certain bureau doesn't mean I can't make it past this bureau, right? So there's just certain things and certain programs that we really need to capitalize on and make sure that these are programs that are sustainable, that outlive even the individuals that are currently in that system at that certain point in time. And so I would say, really just making sure that our programs are really feeding us, feeding our minds, feeding us in terms of the expansion of our minds, what we see and what we take in, and making sure that we know that we are more than capable and that there are opportunities out there. And then those programs as well, providing those opportunities so that we can be in STEM, right? So we can be in top leading tech positions, or we can go abroad, or we can take externships, things of that nature. So sustainability is so key.
And can I add on, because that was so powerful. And I think that the next level to that is who is creating the programs.
That's,
Stop
yeah,
other people to step into
that's
the
good.
communities to create these programs that we know our kids, our youth, our families need, but instead waiting on other organizations or other people to step to the plate. And then also, you know, and that's another deeply rooted issue too, even when you think about nonprofits and who gets the funding and things like
Yeah.
that. But I think that, you know, sometimes, you know, it's about how do we create the change and the life that we desire.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. And that is so, so true. And I guess if I had to answer that question, my answer would be both of your answers.
Good answer.
I mean, because I know for a fact mindset is so critical. Bishop Jake said that if you're going to come out something, you have to come out head first.
Mm.
Before you get out of it, you have to see yourself out of it. You have to want to get out, even before you do. I posted this several years ago, and I was really talking about relationships, but this could go for anything.
Mm.
And I said that you'll never understand if you don't want to understand.
That's powerful.
Yes. Repeat
And
that for the people in the back.
you'll never
That's so powerful.
understand if you don't want to understand. And
So
I mean,
powerful.
I was talking about relationships, but I mean, that could even go even with race relations.
Yes.
You know, because there are a lot of people, well, I don't understand why this or why that. Well, do you want to? Do you? Because if you wanted to understand, you would position yourself so you could. But
Wow.
see, that really shows the heart of the individual. So yes, our mindset and how we view ourselves. I know last year was a traumatic year for so many people. And one of the events that really just kind of just hit a lot of people, especially African Americans, hard, was the passing of Chadwick Boseman. And how in his short life, the impact that he had. And you know, even, I mean, just serving as the first African American, the mainstream African American superhero that just broke every box office record up to that point. That was iconic. But it just showed me just how hungry the world is to see African excellence, to see Black people at their best. And I mean, that point in time really, it made me reflect on the impact that we can have. I mean, so many children posted pictures of them with their action figures, all of their Avengers toys laying around paying homage to the Black Panther. They had on their masks and they were standing with their arms crossed, and they felt it because they connected to him. And that's what we need to realize, that we, again, become an icon for somebody, an icon for excellence, an icon for strength, an icon for perseverance. We become the icon that our children need to see. And I mean, one that they can talk to and they can touch and they can interact with, because that's what really shows that we're real. Because most of the time, the stuff we see on TV and in the movies, that stuff is filtered, it's scripted.
Yes.
But when you are living an unscripted life, and yet you're still showing up, come hell or high water, you're still making a difference. That's what shows them this is how you win.
Right.
This is how you change the world. This is how you make a difference. You get knocked down, but you get back up.
Exactly.
It reminds me of this story of this coach. He had just hired a new recruit, and he called a recruit in and he told him to sit down. He says, "Listen, I want you to go out and I want you to recruit some guys, okay?" He said, "Yes, sir. Okay, I get it." The coach said, "There are some guys that get knocked down but to get back up. Said, okay. But then there were some guys that get knocked down and they stay down. There's some other guys that get knocked down, they get back up, they get knocked down again, and they stay down. And the recruiter said, okay, coach, I think I got it. I think you want me to go out and you want me to actually get the guys that get knocked down, but they get back up. They get knocked down, they get back up. The coach said, no. The guy was like, so who do you want me to get? He said, I want you to get the guys that's knocking them down.
Wow.
Those are the ones he wanted him to recruit. My point is that we as African Americans, we can be the hammer and not the nail. When I say we the hammer and not the nail, in order for you to build a house, you don't hit one time and you're done. You keep hammering. You put a nail and another nail, and that shows consistency, it shows persistency. If you're gonna have a strong, sturdy house, it's not tied together with one nail. And so many of us, we think that we can just do one thing and that's going to create a legacy. Or do one thing and that's going to change the world. No, we have to keep hammering. Again, we have to be the hammer and not the nails. Some of us, we become the nails. We've allowed life to beat us down and it just put us in a position where we think we can't get back up and we can't move. Again, like the coach said, I want you to get the ones that's knocking them down. We need to be those people. The ones that are consistently showing up and doing those things that make us iconic. So I do have another question that I wanted to share with you, and that is this. And I know it's been in the news a lot and it's still ongoing, but I really want to get your take on the events of recent days, just even in the Capitol, even with the assault on our democracy. Do you think that the outcome, and I already know the answer to this before I even ask, but do you think that the outcome would have been the same had there been people of color doing that? Do you think that they would have survived the day?
No. Go ahead, Josephine. I'll chime in after.
I mean, unfortunately, we all know the answer to that, and the answer is no. I find it unfortunate that, I mean, we literally are still stereotyped just by the color of our skin, right? It's unfortunate that someone can't pass you by and say, oh, look at their heart, or look at his heart, look at her heart. Instead, it's look at his face, look at her face, right? And let me profile that individual. And so it hits home. It hits home because, so I reside in the Washington, D.C. area. And to see such events happen and to see that there are people who still feel like that is justified is honestly sickening. And so the answer to that definitely is no, it would not have been the same result. It still shows me that we have a long way to go. It still shows me that we definitely, we should continue seeking for equality. We should never stop. And it just shows that, you know, we also are a people that, you know, like we said earlier, that this is the time to continue to band together. You know, we shouldn't just relax. We shouldn't just relent. I think we keep showing people that, you know, we are strong. We are overcomers. We are confident. Right. And we're not going to be bullied, and we're not going to just be told to, you know, sit in a certain position or told to, you know, conform to a certain mold. We're not going to be. Gone are those days. Gone are those days. And so I think, you know, again, like we were talking about earlier with our new vice president, that is such an awesome, you know, marking point in history. And I think that shows that anything is possible. Anything is possible. And so with that, really, we just keep charging forward, and we do not let that moment, you know, embitter us. That moment really taint the progress that we've already, you know, overcome and the progress that we've already achieved. And we just keep charging forward. We keep charging forward, and we keep showing that we're not going to put up with this. And we keep on showing that, you know, we are a strong collective, and that's how we're going to stay.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I will say that seeing that happen was very, very disappointing and disrespectful, to say the least. Um, I am very passionate about the social justice space and social justice activism. And I will particularly say that I was out protesting and, marching in 2020 and even, beyond that. But in particular, I remember being out there in Dallas when things were really hot, with the George Floyd situation and everything else that was going on in America. And I remember police in riot gear were all over when we were peaceful. They were there and they were ready because they knew people were going to be out. So I believe that we've seen that so much when we watch TV and we see things that have happened, with the folks out there protesting for Breonna Taylor. We see the National Guard, we see the police ready and armed. So move forward. In August of last year, I was in DC for the Commitment March hosted by Reverend Al Sharpton. And I was there amongst, thousands upon thousands of African Americans and others, right? And I remember I was on the stage area where all the families were. And I just remember thinking, when we had this recent situation, I had a flashback to August. And I'm thinking, I'm standing here and I'm amongst all these families that are here because their loved one was murdered by police. They're here demanding justice. They're here in unity and solidarity, wanting, their loved one to be remembered with signs. We had a reason to clown in DC. What are y'all even clowning for? Like literally, what are you really upset for, to the point where you are going to disrespect the country, embarrass the country, because people all over the world were watching and thinking, why is this happening in America? So I just think about all that and I feel it was completely unacceptable. I believe that just like we saw what could happen with the VP, being our new vice president, we also see what can also happen. So I think, as you mentioned, we do need to stay woke, because those things like that, they happen once, they can happen again. They happen behind the scenes. It's just that this was in front and people were able to be exposed. But as I close out, I just want to add this, something that really made me feel good. And I hope I'm not misstating this, but I remember watching the viral videos of the African-American, I don't know if he was a security guard or a cop, but I remember he was inside of the building, and I remember it was like a mob of white people kind of coming after him. And I remember he kept, backing away. And my heart went out, because I'm like, wow, this is so unnecessary. Fast forward, and I remember seeing a viral photo of him protecting BP Harris at the inauguration.
Right.
That made me just sit back and say, now that's what you call resiliency. That's what you call iconic. That's what you call somebody that said, okay, you could have got me, you could have hurt me, you could have killed me, but you didn't. And because others were watching in his weakest moment, somebody said, let's let his enemies become his footstool.
That's good.
That's true. That is so true. I think about an African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And one of the things we've learned from these past events is that we have to stick together. We have to lay aside our differences and look for the common good and the common goal for all people. I was telling my youngest son that the issue with the people that stormed the Capitol is they're starting to realize that they're outnumbered. Now, what I mean by that is this. They're outnumbered because the people that think like them are fewer in number than the people that don't. Not just black people, not just brown people, not just, red people as they call, but they are outnumbered by people who don't think the way that they do. And that's why they found themselves in that position. But as people of African descent, as black people, as African Americans, we have an opportunity to truly step up and to truly leave something on record that can be followed, that can be patterned, that can be studied, that can be showcased and highlighted for years to come. And so as we think about the impact that we make, my challenge to everybody watching this right now, what more can you do? What more can you do to change the world around you? Because there are people that that they'll never hear my voice, they'll never see my face, but there's somebody that you can encourage, somebody you can impact, somebody that you can show the way. Sometimes just showing up is enough, because you're showing them that in spite of what they did, in spite of what they said, in spite of how they treated me, I'm still here.
Yes.
So just showing up, just being that light, that beacon light of hope. And yes, seeing our first African-American female vice president, it made me proud. I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. And I know for a fact that really, it expanded their thinking as to what they could or couldn't do. And so had Kamala said, nah, I don't want to do that. Nah, we went through the debates and stuff. And had she not seen the bigger picture, had she not gotten beyond her own emotions, and I'm not saying that she had any, but I'm just saying, had she taken everything personally, she could have opted out of that and would have left a void and a vacuum in that position. But she was willing to step up.
Very true.
And I think that's what a lot of us, we need to learn how to do. And I know that there have been moments and there have been times where you've been hurt by individuals, by organizations, by situations. But don't allow your hurt to hinder you from showing up, from helping somebody, from being there for somebody. Because again, that's what makes you iconic. Being an icon doesn't mean that everything is easy. It doesn't mean that there's no struggle, there's no obstacles to overcome. Being an icon means that you have to go through some things. You have to be willing to do it. And it's not just for yourself, but it's for the cause, it's for the community. And in this case, it's for our people. And that's why I am so glad and so excited to be a part of this event, because it showcases Black excellence. I remember the very first time I experienced that was at a power networking conference. And to me, I was just blown away when I saw all of these highly professional Black people that were there. And I mean, it wasn't a concert, it wasn't a car show. They were there handling business. They were doing business. They were showcasing and showing off their business prowess, their business expertise. And that made me stand a little taller. It made me glad to be in the room. It really opened my understanding to the fact that we are out here we don't see this on TV. It's not shown in the news, but it's happening. And so events like this, it helps to showcase our excellence. I want to take this time to thank both of you for being a part of this incredible discussion panel, because I know that what you said and what you shared has helped somebody. And so before we get out of here, is there any closing remarks that you want to share?
Tiara, do you want to go first?
Sure. Again, just thank you so much for this opportunity, for this platform. I love speaking to people because, we have a voice and we have to use our voice, right? Because there were so many years when we really couldn't use our voice. So I just want to close out, and I just want to Just speak life to people, whoever's listening by the sound of my voice. The 4 pillars of my Speak That Movement, and that if you want to learn more, it's speakthatmovement.com. But the 4 pillars are dream it, believe it, speak it, and walk it. And I like to close out when I'm hosting my shows with this, because I just think it's so profound that right now in 2021, no matter what you have been through in life, no matter what cards you've been dealt, no matter what generational curses or blessings you are living in right now, I need you to dream it. Dream so big this year that it scares you. Dream so big that you don't even know how you're going to make your dreams come true. But also remember, the sky is not a limit. I hate when people say that. I fly a lot. I don't now because of COVID, but I have snuck out there a few times. But when you are flying, you fly into the sky. So how can that be your limit? It's only a destination. So dream so big, then there are no limits. But then also believe it. Believe in your dreams. Believe in yourself. Believe that everything that you need is already within you and it's around you. It's there. So believe in yourself. When nobody else believes in you, when that cheerleading squad that you thought you would have because you just dropped this great thing and nobody's really supporting, that's okay. You have to believe in yourself, and the right people that will believe in you will come, and you never know who they might be. But then you have to speak it. You have to speak life over yourself. You have to speak things into existence. You have to believe in the power of your words. And you also have to, again, be your own biggest cheerleader. I love going in the mirror, and I'll speak to myself when I'm having a down day. Tiara, you got this. Tiara, keep going, girl. So I would encourage y'all out there, speak life over yourself. And last but certainly not least, walk it. In 2021 and beyond, it is time to walk it. Walk by faith. Even when we don't know what lies ahead. 2020 showed us we don't know what the next day, the next month, the next year will bring. So walk it now while you have breath in your body. So walk it, walk it, walk it. Walk it unapologetically, walk it boldly, and walk it as if you are an icon. My name is Tiara M. Tucker, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity.
So powerful, Tiara. I love it, love it, love it. Wow, so much to say, so much to say. I want to say again, thank you as well for just this awesome platform to be able to talk to people and connect with people. Even though we might be in different places, that's the awesome thing about being virtual, that we can talk to someone in Japan, we can talk to someone in Atlanta, we can talk to people all over the world. And so if you are listening to me now, I want you to know that you have a purpose. You have a purpose. We are all created for a reason. When we leave this earth, hopefully not soon, right? Everyone knows when you're born, right? And we don't know when we're going to go. And so really the in-between is that legacy period, right? What did I do with my life? What did I become, right? What did I become? And what did I do with the talents that I was given? And so I just really want to encourage everyone, like Tiara stated, be your own champion, okay? When no one else is championing for you, advocate for yourself. Believe that nudge, I like to call it the spirit, that nudge that is eating at you or asking you to do X, Y, and Z, or is planting that idea in your mind, believe that your idea is valid. Because so many people have failed, right? But guess what? They get back up again. And when they get back up again, that's how you have the superstars. That's how you have the icons. That's how you have the entrepreneurs then made the legacy builders. And so I want you to know that your idea is valid. It is valid. If no one has told you today and you're waiting for someone to tell you and champion you and echo that little, that saying to you, then I am that echo. You are valid and your ideas are valid. And so again, I am Josephine Ocheni of Career Restyle. We love to share career experiences. We love to empower. We love to uplift. And really, we just want to make you, aware that you can walk into the purpose that is destined for you. So thank you guys so much again for this opportunity. And everyone can be an icon. Everyone can be an icon. Don't forget it.
That is so true. And I want to close by saying this. Mark Twain said that the 2 most important days in your life is the day you were born
Yes.
And you found out why. The two most important days in your life is the day you were born and the day you found out why. And I hope by now that everybody that's watching this, you found out why you've been born. The thing that you were put here to do. The thing that has been just, as she said, eating at you. The thing that has just been burning in your heart. And if you ever look at anybody who's ever become iconic, they took that thing and they ran with it. And I mean, they became known for it. And so you can do the same. There's no difference from you than anybody else. You may have some challenges, you may have some issues that you're dealing with, but that still doesn't stop you from going after your goals and your dreams. Because in doing so, you are going to change the world. Even if it's just changing your world. You become the world to somebody. And you can do just that. So I want to encourage you, don't give up and don't quit in what you're doing. Hey, look, this is Saucony Prince, and I am so excited that I was asked to be the moderator for this particular panel discussion. I want to thank you for tuning in, and I know that you are having an iconic time at the Iconic Summit. Look, we'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are listening live to BlackCEO's premier event for 2021, Black and Iconic. And this is our day 3, and the theme is Black Tie, Black Power, and Black Money. And while I have your attention, I want to shout out all of the kings and queens who are tuning in, who are listening, who are commenting in the feed, who are connecting with the speakers. We celebrate you and we salute you, and I want to assure you that we have so much more in store. As you follow and you listen and you watch the speakers, please make sure that you go over to bizfreegifts.com. That's www.bizfreegifts.com, so that you may take advantage of some of the swag and some of the other information connected to the speakers that we feature. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to start our late morning session, and I assure you that we will continue this amazing lineup of speakers and entrepreneurs just like you, who are going to share their story and share their strategies to help you in your business and with your brand. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I approve this message. Peace.
Close your eyes and let's travel to 2053. Imagine what your life looks like 2053. How do you envision it? Are you enjoying your retirement? Taking annual family vacations? Your family, imagine your children. What does their lives look like? What opportunities will your grandchildren have? I want you to think about your legacy. Now, imagine checking your bank accounts and the balance is zero. Your retirement accounts, your investment accounts, and the balances are all zero. Imagine your children and grandchildren with zero wealth. Now, open your eyes. This is predicted to be our reality. the median wealth of Black families is predicted to drop to zero by 2053. Now, this is just a prediction, but unless we break this cycle, it will become our reality. Zero wealth by 2053. Now, we talk about generational wealth. We talk about the multiple streams of revenue, investing, entrepreneurship, providing better opportunities for future generations. But what we're not talking about is once we obtain the wealth, how do we secure it? Because by definition, generational wealth is wealth passed down from one generation to the next. And if we're at zero in 2053, we won't have any wealth to pass down. So we have to start securing our wealth if we want to provide better opportunities for future generations, if we want to bridge the racial wealth gap, and if we want to disrupt this prediction from becoming our reality. And in order to do that, we must secure our wealth. But before I continue, let me introduce myself. I am Kimberly Reed Sherman, a generational planning, wealth planning attorney, a legacy warrior, a guardian of Black wealth, and I am on a mission to disrupt this prediction through the education and empowerment of our community so that we can secure our wealth and provide opportunities for future generations. Not only do we owe it to them, but we also owe it to our ancestors, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and beyond are depending on us to break this cycle. And it begins with us. Today, first I want to thank you for joining me. Today, I'm going to dispel 3 common myths that continues to play a major role in the loss of Black wealth. How many of you have said, I don't have an estate, so I don't need an estate plan? What about, I got a will, that's all I need, that's good enough. And the one that I hear the most often, estate planning is too expensive. Well, if you've said this, you're not alone. These are the 3 most common myths associated with estate planning. And I'm here to dispel each of the lies that have robbed our community of its wealth. First, I want to start with the first myth. I don't have an estate, so I don't need a plan. Generally, when we think of an estate, we think about big fancy mansions, we think of lots of money, fancy cars, celebrities. So we believe that if we don't have any of that, then we don't have an estate. And it makes sense. If we don't have an estate, then we don't need an estate plan. But the reality is most, if not all of us, have an estate. So let me ask you a question. Do you have a bank account? Do you have insurance policies? Do you have any cash in your wallet or in your purse right now? What about a car? What about cars? Retirement accounts? Investment accounts? What about your home? Even if you still have a mortgage on it, what about your home? And any intellectual property, have you written any books? Any songs? Any intellectual property? Your personal property, what about your shoe collection, your purse collection, your gun collection, your coin collection, whatever? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you have an estate. Because an estate is everything you own, everything you've spent your life working for. And most of us have at least some, if not all of these things. And you notice I didn't say your bank account with X amount of dollars in the bank. I didn't say your home that's valued at X amount, because regardless of the value, if you have any of these things, you want to protect them in order to transfer it to the next generation. And we're not doing that. And we're losing. We're losing a lot. Between 1910 and 1997, Black families have lost about 90% of heirs' property. 90% of heirs' property. This is one of the biggest contributors to the loss of Black wealth. Now, let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that there were not systemic issues that also contributed to the loss of heirs' property. However, I want to address the things that we have control over now, and that is safeguarding the wealth that we have and safeguarding the wealth that we're continuing to build. So again, if you have an estate, in order to secure it, you need an estate plan, because without it, your wealth is in jeopardy and your heirs may end up with zero. Your heirs may end up with zero. But you know, the majority of Black families don't have estate plans. In fact, 70% of Blacks don't have estate plans. That means they don't have any estate planning documents at all. However, of the 30% of Blacks that do have an estate plan, many of them only have a will. And that takes me to the next myth. All I need is a will. But let me tell you, a will is used to distribute your assets when you die. However, a will does not protect your assets, because once you die, those assets are transferred directly to the named beneficiaries. But that's only after the estate goes through probate and the debts and claims are settled. The heirs get what's left of the probate assets. Can you imagine creating a will and leaving your heirs, your son, your daughter, $1 million in assets, your adult child, and those assets become commingled with the marital assets? And years later, or a year later, your son or daughter gets divorced. Guess what? His spouse may get $500,000 of your child, $500,000 of your child's inheritance. Imagine he's distraught by the divorce. He's out driving, he's distracted, and veered into oncoming traffic and kills a mother and child. The surviving family members sues him, and they're awarded $500,000. So where are they going to get this $500,000 from? The inheritance that you left for your son or your daughter. That's probably not what you imagined when you created the will and you left this inheritance for your child. Now, of course, you can't protect against your child getting a divorce or into an accident or anything, but what you can protect is the wealth that you leave them. You can protect the wealth that you leave your child against the possibilities of divorce, against the possibilities of any lawsuits, against any type of judgment against them. You can shield those assets against what I call creditors and predators. So Kim, how do we do that? You can create a trust. There are several types of trust. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to speak about trust in general terms. Because when we think of trust, what's the first thing we think of? Trust fund babies and wealthy people, right? Well, you don't have to be super rich. You just got to want to protect what you have. And let me explain. First, let me explain to you what a trust is. A trust allows you to transfer legal ownership of your assets into this legal entity, the named trust. So essentially, you no longer own the assets. The trust becomes the owner of those assets, but you maintain use, control, and enjoyment of those assets. And you get to create the rules regarding how the assets are to be used, by whom, and under what circumstances. In the previous scenarios, let's just take a look at the previous scenario. If the inheritance had been placed in the trust, your son doesn't own those assets, right? So if your son doesn't own those assets and he gets divorced, the wife doesn't get half in the divorce. So that's how you protect your assets. Let's talk about the lawsuit. If the assets are in the trust and the son is the beneficiary of the trust, although he's the beneficiary, he still doesn't own those assets because the trust owns the money. So in the event that there's a lawsuit or a judgment against him, and those assets are in the trust, they are protected. So your son can only pay what he owes, what belongs to him. And those assets in the trust don't belong to him. They belong to the trust. But the son has use and enjoyment of the money based on the terms of the trust. Now, let me just step back, and I want to be clear. Not all trusts are asset protection tools. So it's important to speak to a licensed attorney in your state to make sure that you're creating a trust that's going to be consistent with your goals and your objectives, right? Because as I said previously, there are different types of trusts that are used for different purposes. But in the context of preserving our wealth, I want to talk about asset protection tools. But in addition to protecting your assets, a trust avoids probate, which can be very expensive. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. The assets are transferred to your heirs in accordance with the terms of the trust. So it doesn't have to go through the probate process like it would if they were transferred via a will. But this takes me to my final myth. Estate planning is too expensive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this and talk to you about how expensive the lack of estate planning is. But first, I want to share a story with you. Some of the facts have been changed, but the material facts are true. I've changed the name and some of the other facts to protect the individual. In 1982, Louise inherited her grandparents' home. And from the time that she inherited her grandparents' home, she lived in the home. She paid the annual taxes, she paid maintenance, she paid insurance, she paid the utilities, she paid all the fees that were associated with maintaining the home. Approximately 30 years later, Louise forgot to pay the taxes for the home. It was less than $100. As a result, a tax lien was placed against the house, and the house was auctioned off and purchased by a local politician for a fraction of the home's value. I think it was like 1/8 of the value of the home the local politician purchased the home for. And in tax liens, things like that, generally you have about a year to redeem the property. But when Louise went to redeem the property, there was a problem. You see, when Louise inherited her grandparents' home, she just kind of moved in and the home became hers. She didn't go through any type of process. So she just assumed that this is how it worked, right? But because Louise had no proof that she owned the property, because she didn't go through probate to transfer legal ownership, she lost her grandparents' home because of $100. Let me say this again. Louise didn't go through the probate process because she just assumed that, I inherited this home. This is my grandparents' home. They want me to have it. So I'm just going to just move in. She lost her grandparents' home for less than $100. A properly structured estate plan could have prevented that loss. But that's not it. As I said before, Louise's story is very tragic, but unfortunately, her story is not uncommon. These are the types of things that happen every day. In fact, the Department of Agriculture reports that heirs property is the leading cause of Black involuntary land loss. Heirs property makes up more than 1/3 of Southern Black-owned land. That's approximately 3.5 million acres valued at more than $28 billion. We're talking $28 billion. That's a lot of money. That's expensive. And I told you earlier that 70% of Blacks don't have an estate plan. And the 30% that do have an estate plan, many of them have a will. And I also told you that a will is not a tool to protect your assets. So we're talking about $28 billion that's in jeopardy. Billions of dollars in Black-owned land that is in jeopardy because there aren't estate plans to protect them. I get excited when I'm talking about this stuff because this is personal to me. I understand what it's like to lose your family member's home that they worked so hard for. But you know what? Since 1910, African Americans have lost hundreds of billions of dollars in heirs property they inherited from our ancestors. Between 1910 and 1997, Blacks lost about 90% of their land. And you think estate planning is expensive? No, not having an estate plan is what's expensive. Not having an estate plan is the equivalent of playing Russian roulette with our wealth. Not having an estate plan is the equivalent of playing Russian roulette with our children's future. If we don't change this, we're going to be at zero in 2053. But when you die without an estate plan, the estate is required to go through the probate process. Probate is the judicial process to govern the administration of the estate. So I want to talk to you about how expensive probate can be. Generally, the fees associated with probate are about 3 to 8% of the value of the estate. For example, an estate valued at $1 million, the probate fees can be as much as $80,000. So you might be thinking, well, let's just skip probate. Well, that's what many people do, not understanding the potential cost of doing so. But you just heard the story of Louise, who lost her grandparents' home for less than $100. Her story is not unique. With a properly structured estate plan, probate can be avoided, fees can be minimized, and your wealth can be secured. Estate planning isn't expensive. It's the lack of estate planning that's cost our community hundreds of billions of dollars. Now that's expensive. When you buy a new car or a home, you insure it, right? Because you want to protect your investment in the event of an accident. Well, estate planning is like an insurance policy, but the lack of estate planning is more catastrophic than the lack of auto and homeowners insurance. Because estate planning ensures your wealth. Estate planning ensures the future of our children. We owe it to our children, we owe it to our ancestors to protect the wealth that we're building. And I encourage each of you to start the process to disrupt this dismal prediction and secure our future. Secure your wealth. If not, this prediction will become our reality. So I'm going to wrap up, but we talked about the prediction that the median Black wealth would drop to zero by 2053. But we know that we can disrupt that by securing our wealth through strategic estate planning. We discussed 3 of the most common myths regarding estate planning. After we identified your estate assets and dispelled the "I don't have an estate" myth, I shared a story that dispelled the belief that a will is the only estate planning document you need. You also discovered that a will doesn't protect your assets, and trusts are not reserved to the 1%. Our babies can be and deserve to be trust fund babies. You create a trust to protect the assets you have. Finally, I addressed the lie that estate planning is too expensive and explained that the lack of estate planning is exponentially more expensive. Now, I know this is a lot of information in a limited time. So for additional information, I invite you to visit bit.ly Iconic Legacy.
Our journey, I'd like to ask you this question. Are you walking in purpose? My name is Dawn Stargell Moore. I am the founder and CEO of More to Life Consultants. And today we're going to talk about purpose. I'd like to know if you're ready to be iconic. I think the answer is yes, and that's why you're here. Well, you've come to the right place. And today we're going to talk about what happens in the blink of an eye. I am blessed and honored to be here with you today. And I would like to thank Trevor and the Iconic team for an amazing opportunity and to be able to share with you. So now I know we're here virtually, which is a little different for all of us. So if I can't see your hands, what I'd like for you to do is just to kind of take a journey with me. How many of you plan to be in a pandemic this year? Well, I know I certainly didn't. And while we didn't expect to be in a pandemic in 2020, we know that God ultimately had a view and he knew what we were going to experience this year. So ultimately, when we think about the social unrest, the election cycle, and just anything that could have gone wrong in 2020, what we can't do is we can't worry about what others are doing. We can't worry about the things that are happening around us. We can control us. We can control our mindset. And ultimately, this is about changing your mindset and developing a can-do attitude so that regardless of what's happening around us, we may shake, but we're not going to crumble and we're not going to break. We're going to keep our faith and we're going to stay grounded in our principles. So if you're ready to get comfortable being uncomfortable, if you're ready to recognize that you are worth the effort, and most importantly, if you're ready to make every moment count, then I want you to stay with me and join me along this journey. So one of my favorite quotes is something that Dr. Joseph Salim said, which is that he decided to grow through something as opposed to going through something. That's powerful. That is powerful. So not only was he one of the exonerated 5 that was wrongfully tried and convicted of a crime that he did not commit, instead of being a victim, he decided that he was going to learn through that process. And that is very valuable. So I offer, are you going to allow yourself to become a victim to a circumstance, or are you going to trust in what you have in you and begin to learn you and grow through that situation? And if you're anything like a client that I have, I think that you're going to say yes to growing, which is a part of being comfortable, being uncomfortable. So we're going to start with a brief exercise. And what I'd like for you to do is I would like for you to close your eyes. I'd love for you to close your eyes. Yes, I'm watching you. So close your eyes and I want you to do something for me. I want you to think about what you dreamed of whenever you were a child. What did you think your life was going to be like at this stage? As you're thinking through it, I want you to think about the environment that you're in. I want you to think about the smells. I want you to think about your family. I want you to think about your finances. I want you to see if you can feel the wind blowing against your hair or a breeze blowing against your face. What is it that's happening in your life? Or are you on a cruise ship somewhere? Are you in a ton of snow? Where were you at this life many, many years ago? Think about it. Well, for me, Quincy MD was my choice of TV show back in the day. I would watch it with my grandmother and just relish in seeing a coroner on TV and his lavish lifestyle. So not only was he tapped upon to be the man of choice and called upon to solve some amazing cases, but he also lived a lavish lifestyle. So that was me. I'm destined to be the pathologist and the coroner that was going to be responsible for solving these amazing situations, and people were going to rely upon my intellect and knowledge, and I was going to be the woman. And you were not going to tell me that in the midst of all of the hurt that was going on as a result of these unfortunate situations, that we were not going to bring closure and help these families as they move through this process. Well, guess what? That didn't happen. So my first year of college, I didn't do very well. And needless to say, as I got an F in chemistry and probably right there with, with physics and a couple of math classes, I was asked not to return for my sophomore year, which meant life changed. And as it changed, the question became, what am I supposed to do? So I ask you, are you walking in your purpose? Well, as life changed and I got a job and I got married, had 2 kids, at this stage of the game, after that dream was unrealized, I recognized that I was happy in the space that I was in. So what did that look like? Again, successful career, my children were doing well, and had a 20-year plus marriage. So as you think about that, where are my husband and I? My husband and I are having the best times of our lives. We are empty nesters. We are enjoying our kids. And guess what? Even in the midst of all that, life changes. And are you ready for those changes? Are you ready to tackle those things that may happen in the blink of an eye? Now, I know that this sounds very interesting to you because we always expect that things are going to go the way we anticipate them, but it doesn't happen that way. And ultimately, the true test of your character is what happens when no one is looking. In addition to that, it's how do you plan for the unexpected and how do you prepare for the unexpected? And the ultimate thing that we can do is change ourselves and be prepared, because we strengthen ourselves with the tools and the resources that we need to equip ourselves to dig deep within and to utilize that intestinal fortitude that's going to move us in the direction that we should go. So what I'd like to do is to share a little bit about a client that I have. And she is well aware of her information being shared, and she actually stated to me that I may use it for the purpose of this presentation. So pretty much like myself, my client has a husband, had been married for a little over 20 years, had kids, and she and her husband were in the right place. They were looking forward to being empty nesters. And as they were looking forward to being empty nesters, something happened. Something happened that she was never expecting to happen. One night, her husband had a stroke. And as he had a stroke, weren't sure exactly what was going on, but she was leaning and depending on God to see them through. And she prayed, and she got a prayer circle around her, and she had a mighty praying village. Well, as it happens, her husband transitioned. He ended up passing away. And as he ended up passing away, her faith was shaken. She was shaken, and she ultimately had to look at herself in a different lens. So what did that mean? For someone who was so defined by her role as a wife, her role as a mother, her life had just turned upside down in the blink of an eye. She called me, and as she called me, we had a conversation about what that looked like for her. And ultimately, as she looked at different Bible verses to sustain her and to help her through this moment, there was one in particular that she came across. And ultimately, she had to think through what that was going to look like for her, because it was talking about her latter days being greater than her former. And for her, that truly broke her down. And as it broke her down in such a way because she just couldn't understand how what she was getting ready to step into was ultimately going to take her past what she had already been through, because she had a successful marriage in her eyes. Her children were doing well. Her job was going well. Her husband's job was going well. All of that needed to be redefined. So as you look at that and you think about what, as life changes in the blink of an eye, what my client and I decided to do was to determine that we were going to get her uncomfortable. We were going to get her comfortable being uncomfortable. And by that, that was going to mean her doing things a little differently. And as she moved through the grieving process, she made a couple of decisions. One was that she was going to be intentional about her movement. Number two was that she was going to sit in her grief and that she was going to understand what that was and she was going to process that grief. And then most importantly, she was going to then be able to be a testament and a testimony to those that were going through the process. So again, I asked the question, are you walking in purpose? So my client decided that there were a few things that she wanted to do. She was going to invest in herself. She was going to find a mentor, and then she was going to put a plan in place. So while we all have dreams, and that was the purpose of us starting this conversation, our dreams are truly defined by the things that come to us at night and that we think through. So yes, we are going to dream big and we want to dream big. But ultimately, we also understand that in order to move from dream to fulfillment to execution and implementation, that we have to create a plan. And as you know, as we create this plan, then we know that we have got to start with some SMART goals. And our SMART goals are specific, measurable, they are attainable or achievable, they're measurable, and they're time bound. So when you think about that, you're thinking about your dream, and then you're putting a plan in place. And as you're putting a plan in place, then you're moving towards execution. And this keeps you on the path to movement. So I'm going back to my friend, because as my friend and I had this conversation, there were some things that she did. So she made a commitment to herself to get up every morning, to read her Bible, to meditate. She also said that she was going to get a mentor, an accountability partner. And as she did that, then she was able to begin to move in her purpose. She began to get comfortable with reaching out to her accountability partner and being completely sure that she was going to be held accountable for the things that she said she was going to do, and that she was going to be measured against her own commitment. It was okay that she wasn't perfect at every stage, because we recognize that life happens. And as life happens, you have to be ready to make the change and pivot. And because things don't go the way you expect them to go the very first time or in your first endeavor, you don't give up. You recognize it, you make a modification, and then you begin again the next day or the next moment even. In addition to those things that she did, then she also gave herself grace, and she began to track and recognize herself for the little things that she did do. So ultimately, I'm going to come back to her in a little bit, but I did this to showcase a few things. We all have things that are intrinsically inherent to us based on our life circumstances. Everything that we have done in our lives has brought us to this moment and today. What does that mean? Every handshake, every smile, every relationship, every failed relationship, every job, every disappointment, every encounter that you've had gives you the experience and the exposure to take all of that in and to process it, to determine then how you choose to move forward. So remember, we can't change what everybody else has done. We can only focus on us making sure that our life experiences that we're gleaning from those, we're recognizing those, and we're pulling out those talents in those moments that they're called for and in those moments that we need them. So again, I ask the question, are you walking in purpose? We think about one of the Bible stories that's there, and it's about a master that is leaving and has summoned his servants and said, here, I want to give you all some talents. He gave one servant 5 talents. He gave another one 2 talents. And as he gave out the talents, the one that had 5 went out and doubled the talents. The one that had 2 went out and doubled the talents. They didn't look around at each other and say, hey, how come you have what you have? Can we swap these talents because yours look better than mine? They didn't do that. They went out, they doubled what was given to them and came back, and the master rewarded them. And as the master rewarded them, he told them that he was giving them more because they had done well with what he had already given them. Now, we can't forget about that one that chose to take that talent and bury it. Not only bury it, but bury it in a barren land. So there was nothing that was ever going to come of it. So I ask again, what are you doing with your purpose? Are you walking in your purpose? We have a finite time to do things in life. At some point, when we get to the end of our journey, we want to make sure that not only have we pleased God in our path, but in addition to that, we want to make sure that we have lived a fruitful and fulfilling life. And if you are not taking advantage of each and every moment that you are given, then we got to go back to that one servant, and we got to reckon ourselves to that servant and understand that we did not do what we were supposed to do with our talents, and therefore we didn't grow. And we remain stagnant, and that's not good. So ultimately, we have 24 hours in a day. Typically, most of us are working at least 8 hours a day, which means that there is a third of our lives that we are committing to doing something. With that third of our lives that we're committing to, typically with an employer, if you're not happy with that 8 hours that you're spending, that means that that is a third of your life that you are losing each and every day. And that's a third of your life and a third of your time that you will never be able to get back. So I ask you, are you walking in purpose? So back to my friend. The small things became big things for her. The small things became big things. So she moved. We got excited about her movement. She set goals. We got excited about her goals. We got excited because each and every goal she created SMART goals. And as she created those SMART goals and as she crushed those SMART goals, then we were recognizing her performance. We recognized her ability to get up and move. And in time, she began to recognize her purpose. She began to recognize that God had put her on this earth for the purpose of helping others. She decided that she was going to invest in her and get the training that she needed so that she could continue to cultivate the purpose that she had within her so that she could share with others. So what are 2 to 3 things that you all would like to accomplish? What are those couple of things that are on your bucket list that you've just kind of put to the wayside? Whenever we talked about where your life would be at the beginning of this conversation, is there a reason that you're not there? Are there things that happen that have impacted your ability to move forward in life because there are blinders there? And if so, let's talk about a couple of things. So we talked about being uncomfortable, being comfortable, being uncomfortable. I can't stress that enough, because with every act that is uncomfortable, that's a growth opportunity. So we got to get comfortable saying yes to things that are going to make us grow. In addition to that, we got to make sure that we're around people that are going to cultivate our goals and our dreams. So when you think about that, what does that mean to you? Two things. Married women cannot get advice from single women on how to be married. So that's one thing. You got to make sure that you are associating yourself with people that are like-minded and have a vision that is similar to yours. Now, does it mean that you have to minimize who your friends are? Absolutely not. But if you are the smartest person in your circle, that means that it's time for you to expand your circle. Again, I use that example. A single woman can't teach a married woman how to be a wife. And as she can't do that, if you're a budding entrepreneur or CEO and you don't have people in your circle that are there, that means that you got to expand that circle so that you are around those that can give you the tips and the tools in order to move in that space. So we got to make sure that we are investing in our relationships. So that means that we got to make those connections and we got to stay true to them. The other thing is that we have to invest in ourselves. And as we think about this, it doesn't always mean that it has to cost a lot of money to invest in you. Think about maybe one less Netflix episode, maybe one less hour of social media. What could you do with those 7 hours? Is that a good book that you could be reading? Is that a couple extra days and it may be a mile on the track? Maybe it's a workout routine that you have been avoiding. Maybe it's taking a cooking class. Maybe it's something that has always eluded you that is now workable because unfortunately in the pandemic, there are certain things that we can't do anyway. So is it time to invest in you? And again, it's not always about spending money, but it is about spending time with you and getting to know the person that you're looking at in the mirror every day. And then most importantly, making sure that the people that you're around are not your dream busters. These are people that are going to be beside you and give you constructive feedback. That means that they're willing to hear what you have to say and in a constructive manner, which means building, that they're giving you the feedback that you need in order to move forward. Again, you cannot allow somebody that has not been where you are access and license to tell you what you can't do. As a good friend of mine said, you never let a blind man proofread your vision, and that holds true. If someone can't see where you're going, they're not going to be able to help you get there, which means that they're considered a dream buster and they're going to take up too much of your space. And in addition to that, the other thing is that we got to make sure that you're taking advantage of each and every moment. We talked about the 8 hours at work and how you can't get that moment back. You're not going to be able to get that time back. And ultimately, we got to make sure that you understand that you're worth the effort. And it's about making sure that you're making every moment in your day count. So, are you ready to be comfortable being uncomfortable? Are you ready to recognize that you are worth the effort? And most importantly, are you able and ready to make every moment count? If you answer the question, yes, that means that you are ready to walk in your purpose. So now I'm going to give you a little bit more about my client. My client made the hard decisions. She just poured in herself. She took the time and she made progress and was transparent and authentic as she walked through the journey. She didn't let anybody think that she was perfect along the road. She asked for help and she said when things were not going well. She allowed that rub to take her in a space that allowed her to grow through her situation and her tragedy so that she could go to the other side and begin to walk in her purpose. Now, she's going to tell you that it wasn't easy. She's going to tell you that that was one of those situations. It was one of the worst times of her life because she was in a very uncomfortable. But what my client did is that she went from dreaming, praying, putting a plan in place, depending, leaning on that mustard seed of faith to move her through. And as she moved, created her goals, and decided to move in the purpose that was given to her, she went from dream to plan to CEO and founder of More to Life Consultants. Yes, I am my client. And there is no way that I could be before you had I not been willing to do the work myself. I will share with you that this journey has not been an easy journey. I will share with you that I have not arrived, but I will share with you that if you're willing to join me in this journey and take the deep dive, that you will be able to walk in your purpose and maximize each and every day that you are here. And as I come to a close, I want to leave you with one of my favorite poems, and that's by Dr. Benjamin E. Mays. And it's a minute. For I only have a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to lose it. For I must suffer if I abuse it. I give account if I abused it. Just a little tiny minute, but all of eternity is wrapped up in it. I share with you that your life is not an accident. Your participation today is not a coincidence. I know that you are serious about moving because you clicked on this workshop. So again, if you're ready to get comfortable being uncomfortable, if you recognize that you are worth the effort, and if you're ready to make every moment count, then I would love to connect with you. And we are here because we are iconic. We are ready to be iconic, and we are ready to walk in our iconic purpose. And I would love for you to share with me or to connect with me as we complete this presentation. And I am going to share my contact information, and again, would love for you to connect. My name is Dawn Stargell Moore, founder and CEO of More to Life Consultants. And life changes in the blink of an eye, and we want to make sure that you are living your best life on purpose. Again, Dawn Stargell Moore, founder and CEO of More to Life Consultants. I may be reached at m2lifeconsultants.com. You may reach me at 855-888-2840 or connect at info@moretolifeconsultants.com. Again, thank you for your time, for your engagement, and may God bless you.
It's new. It's exciting. It's the talk of the town. It's the Black Millionaires Matrix. If you haven't heard, you will. The Black Millionaires Matrix is the new rich. It's a resource of collective efforts that teach the rules of the money game. If you ever wanted to understand how to master the money game so that you can leave a legacy founded in wealth, here is your chance. Inside the Black Millionaires Matrix, there's a meeting of masterminds. A collective consciousness that is woven in every member, tied to build character and strength. As excellence is the standard, anything less is a fail. Would you join a club designed to engineer Black millionaires?
everyone, and welcome, welcome, welcome to the BlackCEO Iconic Conference. You are in for a treat today. My name is Danielle Wright, and I am here to talk to you about the power in your pain and the keys to convert your pain into personal power. The keys to convert your pain into personal power so you can walk boldly in your purpose. So many times we don't realize that what's hanging us up as entrepreneurs, what's holding us back, is not that boss that won't give us the promotion. It's not the coworker that thinks that we're not good at our job. It's not that coworker that's quote unquote hating on us, right? What's holding us up from reaching our next level is our pain. And I know you may be thinking, that's hogwash. That's not true. I've got all this under control. But as you take a deep dive, you may see that the things that happened in your past are actually keeping you from having the mindset and the heart and the determination to move forward and get to your next level. So today, I am here to talk to you about how I changed my painful situations into personal power so that I could have victory and shamelessly and boldly walk in my purpose. So I'm going to share with you 5 keys on how to convert your pain into personal power. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get started. We've got a lot to dive into, and I want you all to get the full experience and learn as much as you can. And let's work to turn your pain into personal power. So you may be asking, Danielle, where do I start? How do I know where to begin? Well, I can tell you from my own personal experience, it started with me with grief. So let me back up for a second and give you all the full story of what happened that impacted my ability to be the best entrepreneur and the best minister that I could be. When I was 9 years old, I started having reproductive issues. On February 2nd, I turned 39. And 30 years after it all started, it has continued. Almost 3 years ago now, in May 2018, I was forced to have a hysterectomy. Being 36 years old, unmarried, no kids, it was one of the most painful and devastating decisions I had to make. But leading up to that decision, there was a process that I went through. And I had to learn how to live in peace with the decision that I was making, because what was happening to me physically was impacting me mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And the negative impact that it was having in all those areas was actually causing me to not live up to my full potential as an entrepreneur. It caused me to cancel projects. It caused me to fall behind on projects. It also caused me to not be able to minister to others the way that I wanted to, the way that I needed to, the way that I felt God was calling me to minister to others. Why? Because I had no energy. I had nothing. I was literally trying to pour from an empty cup. And as you know, if your cup isn't full, if your cup isn't running over, you have nothing to pour from. You have nothing to give to others unless you yourself are full and running over. So I had to get to the point where my cup was filled up to the brim and, in fact, running over. And it was a hard, long, and painful process. You know how sometimes when something starts to heal, it actually hurts a little more, right? And sometimes as you go through that healing process, the scab may come off and that wound gets exposed, but as the air gets to it, it actually begins to heal a little better. It's the same thing, that same process, that same feeling happens to you internally with your emotions, with your mental, with your heart and your head being connected. It's all a process that you have to not try to skip over, but go through so that you can overcome the painful situations in your life. And I want to encourage you that you cannot skip any part of the process, right? Because then you're going to grow up and have developmental issues, and that's not what you want. So in order to convert your pain into personal power, baby, you got to go through the process of healing. You have to go through that conversion process. And sometimes it's going to cause a little bit more pain. But I think that where we all start when it comes to dealing with our pain is with grief. And so as I was going through the grief process, I want to review this with you all so you all are abundantly clear on what grief looks like. Now, we all go through the grief process. The first stage is denial. It's the unrelenting feeling that what you're going through is not actually happening, that what you're dealing with is some sort of farce. It's some sort of fantasy that one day you're going to wake up and the situation is going to be gone. You don't believe that the things that are happening to you are actually happening to you. The second thing is, once you realize it's happening and it is real, you become angry. And that's okay. I want you to be angry. I want you to be upset. But I also want you to realize that in your anger and in your disappointment, you need to find a safe place to express your anger and express the way you feel and speak what's on your mind. The third step of the grief process is bargaining. And I call this, let's make a deal. I did this a lot when I was dealing with the decision to have a hysterectomy and stop going through the processes of a surgery for this and a surgery for that, and having a mass growing on the outside of my uterus. Well, and not even on the outside, it was actually embedded in between the walls of my uterus, and it was inoperable. The only way to get rid of it was to have a hysterectomy. And so I thought I could make a deal with God. Let's make a deal, God. If you do this for me, if you heal this, if you make this mass disappear, then I'm going to do this. Let's trade off this experience so I can have that experience over there. So you begin to bargain. You begin to say, if I could only do this, then this would happen. And then you move from bargaining, and when you realize you can't bargain, you can't trade anything off, the depression sets in. You have this overwhelming sense of sadness that you seem doomed. You feel doomed. You feel like there's no hope. And you have to understand sometimes that it's okay to not be okay. And it's okay in your depression not to stay in your depression, but to get the help that you need to get up out of it. It's okay to not be okay. And it's okay to get the help that you need. The final step and the fifth step of the stages of grief is acceptance. You accept your situation and you learn to be at peace with where you are, but you also know that you have to do some things to get up out of the grief and to move forward so that you can to begin to deal with some of the other things that are going on in your life. You understand that the situation is what it is right now, but you also believe deep down inside that it's not to say that that situation is going to always be that way. You will not always be in the state of depression or confusion or anger or denial. You won't always be in these stages, right? You just know that even though this situation occurred, even though the grief may be heavy, you will not allow the grief to consume you. That's powerful. It's powerful when you can begin to visualize and understand that your grief has stages. There's a process to it. There's also a process to coming up out of it. And it's not to say that you won't be in grief later, because let me tell you, it will return. You may have moments where you're upset all over again. You're feeling down again. That depression may try to creep back in, but you can come up out of it. You can rise up from the ashes of your grief and begin to operate in power. And we're going to get to how to convert your pain into power after you go through the grief process. But it's hard to make that conversion. And I would dare say it's almost impossible until you go through the process of grief. And the reason is, like I said before, you cannot skip any step in this process. Once I went through the grief process, once I understood that I needed a hysterectomy, not because I didn't want to have kids, not because, it was the only thing that the doctors could do, right? I was on several treatments. I was dealing with several situations that I felt maybe I could take a little more time. But it wasn't until 2 instances occurred and I hit that acceptance stage. The acceptance stage started when I was at my parents' house. We had just finished eating dinner. I had gotten up to go back into the kitchen and get something to drink, and I fell. Like, I just collapsed because I had the most intense pain through my body. And I had started to bleed again because I was passing a clot. And the clots were typically about the size of the palm of my hand or a little smaller. The pain would be so intense that it would wipe me out. The second incident that occurred was I was actually in church, and I remember being at the altar because it was after the incident at my parents' house. And I just knew I needed something. I kept going to Jesus and touching the hem of his garment and asking for healing, asking for deliverance from this situation, from the circumstances, from the things that I was experiencing physically that were impacting me mentally and emotionally and spiritually. And all I wanted was to touch the hem of Jesus's garment. I was that lady with the issue of blood. And so many times I was in my prayer closet, I was with family, I was with friends, and I was speaking what was going on. I was going to my safe places and telling them what was happening with me. And all I could think was, I just need a little more Jesus. I just need to touch the hem of his garment. And I talk about this very deeply in the book that I wrote, which is called Power in My Pain. But that situation at church where I went literally from praising God and asking for my healing to ending up in a wheelchair. And I remember the church nurse, who's also a very, very close family friend, came up and he started taking my pulse, and they took my blood pressure. My pulse my pulse rate was dropping. My heart rate was dropping. My blood pressure had plummeted. And I remember looking at my father, who was knelt down beside me, and he was asking me questions, and I just looked at him and said, "I'm just tired, Dad. I'm so tired." And I think that when you verbalize that, that's what people say a lot of times when they may be on their deathbed, or they may be passing from one form of their physical life into another, where their body begins to shut down on them, and so they may not pass away, but their body goes through something that's so severe that it changes the way that they operate. And in that moment, I was exhausted. And I just knew I didn't want to die, but I did not want to live that way anymore. And I remember my parents just crying. You know, to see your child going through something like that, and feeling as a parent that you can't just snatch it away from them, that they actually have to go through these things. That's a hard situation to deal with. And so even my parents and my family and some of my close friends had to go through the grief process right along with me, because they couldn't believe that this was happening to me. But they were also my safe place to talk. They were my safe place to express my anger. And after that situation at church, I remember calling the doctor and I said, "It's time. It is time for me to move forward. I've accepted that this mass that I have is not only inoperable, but it's causing so many other issues. And it is not only causing physical issues, but it is impacting me mentally, emotionally, and spiritually." And all I knew is that it had to stop. And so now I really want to take a dive into what that process looked like for me, and how you can use these keys that I use to convert your pain into personal power. So we already talked about the stages of grief as the beginning of that conversion process. Now, I want to talk about the first step. That first step is be your own greatest advocate. Let me say this again. Be your own greatest advocate. What does this look like? How can you advocate for yourself? What if it's not physical pain? What if it's emotional pain? No matter what your pain is or how it is manifesting in your life, I want you to know there is a place of help, and you've got to advocate for yourself to get the help that you need. You can't allow anybody to tell you what you need or what you don't need. Do your research. Find that therapist. If it's physical, find the specialist. They got specialists for nearly every type of physical ailment you can think of, be it tooth pain, eye pain, heart pain, back pain, foot pain. If it's emotional and mental, you have counselors. If it's pain from family situation, you have family therapists that you can seek. The help is there. And certain doctors may not know exactly what you need. And so it is on you to take your healing, to take your pain into your own hands and be your own greatest advocate to find the help that you need so that you can begin to move forward in the process of healing. The second step, see your healing differently. See your healing differently. I want to share with you a story. I remember when I was first going through all of this, and I had so many people telling me what I should do, telling me to be faithful, telling me to pray, just pray about it. But that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to just pray. And I know for those of you that are Christian or you believe in a higher power, you can maybe feel what I'm saying here a little more, is that prayer is okay, but action is equally as important, right? So while you're praying to God to heal you and fix things, understand that you've got to act. That's where being your own greatest advocate really comes in, because you begin to seek the help that you need. But I also, in my time of prayer and in my time of seeking the help that I needed, both physically and mentally and emotionally, what I realized is that my healing may not look like what I expected it to look like. It may not be the magical and miraculous disappearance of these masses that were growing inside of me. It may not be the miraculous dissolution of the endometrial tumors and tissue, right? All of that may never disappear. This mass may never go away. But it did not mean that I would not be healed. And when I began to understand that the way I was praying and what I was praying for may not be what God had for me in this situation, I was able to think of things differently. Your healing may look different than what you expect, but don't think that it has not arrived just because it's not packaged the way you think it should be. The third step, admit you want to give up sometimes. Y'all see the picture here? You're at the end of your rope. You can't wait to throw in the towel. It's too much for too long, and you can't take the pain anymore. Find your safe space, that therapist, that close friend, one of your relatives, your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, and admit to them you want to give up sometimes, that you do feel it's too much than you can bear. Because the truth is, it is too much for you to bear on your own. But God said he's never going to put more on you than you can bear, but it's with him. What you can bear is unlimited when you are putting it on Jesus. You're putting it in the hands of God, right? That's when it's never too much for you to bear. But I had to admit, hey, I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. Y'all got to fix this. You need to come find a way to get this done because I'm tired. Admit that sometimes you want to give up. The next step, you have to stop talking about your problems and look for solutions. Let me say that again. Stop talking about your problems and look for solutions. The importance of this is a mindset shift. You're shifting from always thinking about all the things that are going wrong, all the things that happened with your pain, and you're looking for ways to heal that pain. You're looking for solutions that are going to take you from being deep in that pain to being high in your healing. That may be journaling. It may be regular therapy. It may be understanding that you may need to switch your medication. It may mean switching your diet. But when you focus in on the problem, you lose sight. You have blinders on to what solutions can actually be. And so if you're trying to get to the next level in your business, if you're trying to get to the next level in your career, if you're trying to move from being an employee to the CEO, from teacher to principal to superintendent, whatever moves you're trying to make in your career, in your profession, or as an entrepreneur, understand that you have to be solution-based and not problem thinking. Because we can't create healing. We can't create that next level in our lives when we are stuck in a problem position. You have to move to begin thinking about solutions and how you can change that negative mindset into a power mindset, into a positivity mindset. The next step is faith, focus, forward, finish. This has been my motto, my slogan, my personal slogan, my life slogan for years now. I use this as a hashtag. It is a constant reminder for me to learn the way I need to convert more of what I'm doing from pain to power, from problem to solution. Faith, focus, forward, finish. Let me say it again. Faith, focus, forward, finish. Have faith in God to work his will and guide you down the path that you need to go in your life. Have faith that God's plans are greater, his promises are pure, and he will never, ever fail or forsake you. Have faith. The next thing is to focus. Focus on the positives. Focus on the solutions. Focus on the fact that as long as you are breathing, there is an opportunity to take the pain in your life and make something happen with it. There's the opportunity to convert your painful situations into power because you're focused not on problems, but on solutions. I'm going to keep going back to that. Solutions over problems, positivity over negativity, your purpose over your pain. Focus in on what it is that God is telling you needs to happen. The next step is moving forward. First step, faith. Second step, focus. Third step, forward. Move forward in doing what is absolutely best for you. It doesn't matter what your granny told you, what mom and dad, brother, sister, best friend, auntie, uncle, whoever. When you focus in on what God is telling you to do and what you need to do for yourself, you can move forward in making the decisions that are best for you. Making the decisions that you know are going to elevate you into walking into your purpose. You got to move forward. You can't stay stuck with where you are. In order to heal, you have to take the first step forward. If you fall down, fall forward so that you can get back up and keep moving forward. The last step, finish. Number 1, faith. 2, focus. 3, forward. 4, finish. Finish the process of considering your options. Finish the process of that internal debate as to what is best for you. Finish the process of what you have going on that is holding you back. Finish the thoughts. Finish writing down the solutions. Finish writing down the names of therapists that you can go to. Finish writing down what specialists you need to see. You have to finish what you started. You can't go backward anymore. Going backward is not an option, right? You really have to focus. It does take a lot of faith, right? It takes a lot of faith to convert your pain into power. So I understand that it may be difficult for you. And every day we're forced to deal with things that are not easy. We're forced to handle our lives in a way that show our power. And I don't mean power in the way that we pretend that nothing is going on, but power in the way that we don't allow what's going on in us and around us to take us off our beaten path, to take us off the path that God has for us. We have to be our own greatest advocates. But sometimes we also need to understand that someone can advocate for us as well. And that is part of the finding people that can help us and having that safe space. I feel like I could talk about this forever because it is something that I'm even still going through. So by the time you all watch this, I'll be going in for another operation. But I'm focused. I have faith. I know that when I move forward with this operation, I will finish dealing with some of the other pain that I had dealt with leading up to this point. I won't always be in this situation. Things aren't always going to be this way. I hope that this helped you all deal and understand how to deal with the painful situations in your life, and understanding that this pain that you're going through may in fact be holding you back from reaching the next level as an entrepreneur or as even in your career. I hope that the keys to convert your pain into personal power so you can walk boldly in your purpose resonate with you. And I hope that these keys are things that you can go back to. So I hope you took great notes. And I would love for you all to connect with me. Connect with me. Connect with me so that we can work together and understand some of the things that you're going through so that we can be a team of one and convert your power into, oops. Okay, sorry. I would like to redo that closing because I said convert your power instead of convert your pain.
Okay, go ahead. Just do your power word again, and
Okay.
then do your closing.
Okay. Power. So let's connect. I want you to connect with me because I want to understand what you're dealing with and see how we can be a team of one that works together to convert your pain into personal power. I am all over the internet. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and on my website. Let's connect. Let's connect so that we can begin processing your grief, so that we can begin to help you move from faith into finishing what you started. And that is finding the power in your pain. It's there. Let's tap into it. I want to thank you all for tuning in. I hope you got some great gems from this. And I can't wait to speak with you more personally so that we can continue to grow together and elevate and be the best entrepreneurs and employees and overall just great people that we know we can be when we take the pain from our situations and convert it into power. Have a great day, my fellow icons, and I will be seeing you soon.
How many of you have ever woken up with a plan for your day? Like you had it all laid out. You knew what you were gonna wear, what time you were gonna get to work, what you were gonna have for dinner. You may have even known how you were gonna feel once you accomplished all of these things. How many of you have also woken up with a plan only for that plan to be disrupted by something that was beyond your control? Like ladies, you getting ready for work, you're doing your hair, you're doing your makeup, and your significant other comes in the room and he says, baby, I need to talk to you about something you said last night that bothered me. And although you care very much about the relationship, something deep inside of you is saying to yourself, do we have to talk about this right now? Like, I am moving with a purpose this morning. You are getting in the way of that. And fellas, like, you on your way to work and usually you take the scenic route. But today you're moving with a purpose. You say, I'm gonna hop on the interstate. I wanna get there a little bit early. I got some things I wanna get done. And as soon as you hop on the interstate, boom, standstill traffic. Completely throws off your day. You were moving with a purpose and something got in your way. I'm going to tell you that is what life does to us. We'll have a plan for our day, we'll have a plan for our life, and something will try to disrupt that. And because we are human, oftentimes we allow ourselves to spiral down out of control, and we allow ourselves to be completely derailed from our purpose for our day or for our life. Now, my name is Anthony Johnson. I'm a life coach and a leadership consultant. I have 18 plus years of military experience, 15 in the Army and the rest in the Air Force. And in that experience as a military officer, I've been able to see plans go awry. I've had the opportunity to create and develop plans that had an intended purpose, only to see something outside of my control disrupt that purpose. And the goal is, when something tries to disrupt us, for us not to completely take us off track and completely derail us from getting to that intended purpose. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Now, I told you I have 18 plus years of military experience, and all that training has not made me impervious to being derailed at times. Most of us have heard about Hurricane Katrina that devastated New Orleans. When Hurricane Katrina hit, I was in the Army and I went down in New Orleans to do search and rescue and security. I was there for a purpose, to serve a humanitarian mission. But there was a day that I was down there that something distracted me. Something took me off of my purpose. I had a phone conversation with my mother. It was a routine call. She was just calling to see how I was doing, check up on me. We had a great conversation. But she said something at the end of our call that stopped me in my tracks. Something I'll never forget, and it changed my life. I never had a great relationship with my dad. Towards the end of our phone call, she said, "I spoke to your father today. He told me to tell you hi." Now, at this time, I was in my mid-20s, and I thought I had resolved all the issues I had with this man until she said that to me. When she said that to me, everything that I was suppressing, all the anger, the resentment, came right to the surface. I was so angry. "He told you to tell me hi? This man has my phone number. If he wants to contact me, he can contact me." And I was even upset with my mother. Like, why would you relay that message to me and not address it directly with my father? I would never do this, but the first time in my life, I probably wanted to slap my mama. But I ended the call. But it messed up my entire day. It threw me off track. I was so angry. I couldn't focus. I couldn't serve the purpose I was intended to serve in New Orleans. I was completely off track. But I did something that evening. I called my father on the phone. He answered and we had a long conversation. I got to tell him everything that I was feeling, get everything off of my chest. Let him know what I felt about our relationship, how I wanted it to be moving forward. And for the first time in my life, I listened to my father's side of the story without judgment, and I forgave him. And that freed me. And I realized something that evening, that it was my choice. I get to decide. Nothing external would ever throw me off of my purpose. I don't get to affect how something makes me feel. I don't get to affect when and where something may happen to me, but I get to choose how I let it affect me. I get to choose what lens I view that through and how much I let that affect my life, and if I allow it to steer me off course. Now, there's so many avenues and there's so many elements to this, to stopping this and preventing this from happening, and I'm going to talk about 3 of those things today. Those 3 things are gratitude, perspective, and patience. Now, I'm a father of 2. A father is my favorite thing to be. I have an 8-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. And nobody is a better teacher than those 2 people to teach me these 3 things, especially my son. Now, I live at the end of a cul-de-sac, and I love living at the end because, my kids get to play outside. There's minimal traffic. They have a good time. And one day I walked outside and I saw this car parked outside. It was a beige vehicle. It was older. I think it was a Corolla. There was a for sale sign on the back of the car. Sat there for 3 or 4 days. And on the 4th day, I went outside and we were about to go somewhere. And I saw there was a huge dent in the front fender of this car. And I knew it wasn't there before. And I said to myself, I'm like, oh my God, like whoever owns this vehicle is going to have a hard time selling it. It's already older. And now it has this huge dent in the front of it. Oh man, I felt really bad for the owner of this vehicle. So, it's not mine. So I brushed it off and I went back inside and I told the kids, hey, get in the car, we're about to go. I went upstairs to get a few things that I needed. And I'm about to head downstairs. And I see my son come in through the front door. I'm looking at him and the door swings open. My son's standing there. And I see something in his face. I knew something was off. Something wasn't right. He says, Daddy, I made a mistake and hit that car with a rock. And I said to myself, are you sure you didn't deliberately bang on this car with a miniature boulder? Because there is a large dent in this car. And for my own amusement, I asked him, I said, hey, it's okay. What happened? He says, well, me and my friend, we were playing this game called Who Can Throw the Rock the Farthest? And at that moment, my son can see just a look of stoicism on my face. He sees a calmness come over me, probably that he's never seen before. And I think it scared him because he immediately started crying. He tried to explain. He said, Daddy, I'm sorry. It was an accident. I didn't see the car. It was too dark. And I kept my cool and I didn't say anything to my son. And I just said, you know what, get in the car. We'll talk about it later. And some of you might be saying, you might be wondering how I was able to keep such calm in that situation. But let me tell you, this boy, he provides so many moments of joy, just such as this in my life, that I've had plenty of practice to respond to ridiculousness like this. But it wasn't always this way. There was one time we were riding in the car and, my son was being himself in the back seat, bothering his sister, doing everything he could to push my buttons. And he set me off. We got into an argument. I'm in my car arguing with an 8-year-old. And it came to a point in our discussion where I yelled at him louder than I've ever yelled at him in my life. And in that moment, I was ashamed. I was ashamed because he took me out of my zone. He threw me off track, an 8-year-old, my son. And I was ashamed because that wasn't the kind of father that I wanted to be. My sister always told me, she said, I think you were meant to be a father. And I used to say about my son that he was sent here to test me. My son he's emotional. He's impulsive. He's easily excitable. And if you ask my friends, they would tell you I'm the exact opposite. My son is everything that I was afraid to be out loud when I was growing up. And there was a part of me that didn't like it. There's a part of me that wanted him to be more like me. And then I realized that I would be a fool to take those things from him. So I had to change my language about my son. I changed my language from my son being sent here to test me to being sent here to teach me about these things. And when I was able to change my language about my son, I was able to change my perspective. And because I looked at my son in a new light, I was able to see him here to test me and to see him as a blessing. And I was able to show gratitude and express that gratitude for who he was and what he was meant to be in my life. And that newfound gratitude allowed me to have more patience with my son and who he was becoming as a human being. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like this newfound perspective, this gratitude, and this sense of patience now that I have for my son allowed me to fulfill my purpose as who I am supposed to be as his father. Now, some of you might be saying, well, I haven't found my purpose yet. I don't know what it is. And I will submit to you that everything that you've been through, everything that you've experienced in your past and what you're going through now, it is setting you up to serve your purpose. I'd even go as far as to say that you are living part of your purpose right now. You may just need to have some patience for it to be revealed to you. You see, I always looked at my relationship with my father like there was some black cloud that followed over me for my life. It was just following me everywhere I went. This absence of my father, not having that in my life, all the things that I missed out on. I knew what it felt like to be sad. I knew what it felt like to be unwanted, to feel unloved, to be hurt, to feel disappointed. Even when I was a kid, I would imagine, before I even had children of my own, I would have pictured myself as a father. I would imagine myself showing all these things to my children, being the father that they needed, showing them what a father was supposed to be. I envisioned this as a kid. And now that I've seen these things, I had love. There was love that I wanted in my life that I didn't get. And I feel like I stored up all that love. And when I had my own children, I was able to give it to them. And that it allowed me to view my relationship with my father in a different light. It allowed me to have more gratitude for that, because if not for that relationship, maybe I'm not the father that I am today. It is because of those things, because I knew what it felt like, and because I never wanted my kids to feel that way, that I am the father that I am today. I owe it to this perspective. I owe it to having gratitude, and I owe it to having patience for that to be revealed to me. You see, you might get into an argument with your significant other, but I need you to be grateful that your kids are about to wake up, because part of your purpose is to show them what a present parent looks like. You might lose your job or you might get laid off, but I need you to view that from a different perspective of why that's happening, because I need you to understand that part of your purpose might be to show your family what perseverance looks like. You might be at the midpoint of your life and you're saying, I haven't found love yet, or I haven't found my passion. And that's okay, but I need you to be patient. I need you to be patient, because part of your purpose is to show the world that it is never too late to find these things. You see, when we start living with this newfound perspective, when we start living and appreciating life, and we start seeing gratitude, being able to be grateful for all the little things that we experience in our lives, and we can have patience for those things to be revealed to us, that's when we become who we need to become. That's when we can live through our greatness. That's when we can be amazing. That's when we can live in our purpose. That's what separates us from the rest. And that is what is going to make us iconic. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chanel. And today, I want to talk to you about customer service and the importance of listening. That's right, listening. Because in 2020, it has taught us that we need to start listening. Now, regardless of whether you're talking about the team within your business, your community, or within your relationship, it is important that we listen. Now, I feel that a perfect example of listening and the importance of how listening can affect an environment is portrayed in the movie The Sister Act. Have you seen that? During the mass in Sister Act, members of the choir, they sang individually rather than listening to one another or listening to the members that are within the choir. But rather than singing collectively with one sound, what they chose to do is to sing by themselves. And so we heard different individuals starting and stopping all at the same time throughout the performance. And that starting and stopping, it left a feeling of irritation. And for those of you who haven't seen that movie, why don't we pause and see what you think? Just 1 second while we listen to that sound. Now, for those of you who listen to that, how did that sound make you feel? Was it a sound of peace and harmony? Did it calm you or did it irritate you? Well, how did it make you feel? In the movie, with that sound, you can see those who heard that sound. Their voice, the looks on their face was a face of irritation. It was a face when you saw their faces of those who were listening, they cringed. Now, when a team comes together and listens to their team members, it creates a different sound. So let's pause and see how a team within a business or within the community, how the environment, the sound that it creates. Let's listen.
Touched my heart, I knew there isn't an ocean too deep, a mountain so high it can be.
Now that you heard that, how did that sound make you feel? Now, I admit it might not be your preference of music, but for the sake of listening, and if you saw the clip, you will see that all those who heard the sound, they begin to smile. Those that heard the sound, it calmed their body reacted to it. It was a calming sound, whereas the prior sound, you saw the jumping of the body. It was like a jumping of irritation. The faces, it all displayed irritation because of the sound. So when your team members, they don't listen to each other, that same feeling that you heard within the two illustrations, that's the atmosphere that is created within your team. When your team members and you don't listen to the customers, the customer becomes irritated. When the internal team members within your business, they're not listening to each other, it creates the sound of disorganization. It creates the sound of irritation. So listening is important to create an organized, peaceful melody so they can function as one. Because when you listen to the different clips of Sister Act, when they listened, they began to sing as one. So it is imperative that we listen to one another with one sound, one mission, and one outcome. Because active listening within your business, it enables your business to be more productive because the team members are listening to one another. When one person says that this stock item is out and we need to create a replacement, this isn't working, they're listening and then they can come together with, okay, what did work? Okay, what didn't work? You're tracking, you're seeing what works, what doesn't. Listening is imperative to move forward. You cannot create a satisfied customer if you're not listening to what dissatisfaction is. If you're not watching what a dissatisfied customer looks like, then you won't make the changes. So it all begins with listening. Listening also allows continuous improvement. And as I stated, customer satisfaction. Because when you're working as one, when your team member, the people within your business, your team, when they're working as one, there is a motivation that we are doing our best as a team because they're listening and they're going with one purpose, not the attitude of, that's not my job. I guarantee you that if your team works together and listen to one another, to listen to, as I stated, the viewpoints of what works, what doesn't work, where we need to improve, and where and the issues and concerns and the complaints that have come about from the internal team members as well as the external ones, there will be no limit to what you will achieve within your business. So I challenge you today to listen to the team members within your business. Discard the thinking that the person in charge, whether it is your project manager, whether it is the lead, discard that thinking of they don't know what they're doing. And I challenge you to avoid saying that you're not going to work with them, or I will work with them, but for sake of argument, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to go with the flow and put least effort possible into it. Discard that thinking, because that creates dysfunction, that creates irritation, that creates disorganization within the environment of your business. So listen, talk to each other, decide on an action plan after you have listened to what the issues are, after you have listened to all of the complaints and the concerns within your business. Then agree on an action plan of how each member within the team, the collective team, not just the head, but the team as a whole. Because see, the people that work one-on-one with your customers, they see the things that leadership does not see. So it's important that everyone have a seat at the table and talk to one another so that you can agree on a plan and the best efficient manner in which how to achieve your goal of productivity and excellence in customer service. And I guarantee that if you listen, if you discuss the issues and concerns, and then agree together on one plan of execution, and work together consistently, and meet often to see how it comes about, I guarantee you that there will be nothing that will be restrained from you as a result of listening, coming together as a team, talking to each other, not at each other, but talking to each other so that you can get an understanding. If you don't have an understanding of what is wrong, then you won't have an understanding of what to correct. So it is important to listen to each other, talk out what the points are, what needs to be corrected, what needs to be adjusted, get an understanding of what the root cause is, not the surface issue, but the root cause of why the issue is. Agree on a plan. Designate who's best suited to do the different duties within your business, and then carry it out. Another element of customer service is awareness. awareness. Many people are so focused on keeping up with the latest trends, but your focus should be your customers. See, I teach women-owned business how to improve communication and how to increase productivity, which translates to profit. But it begins with listening as well as being aware. Aware that you need customers to have a business. Aware of the strengths of each team member within your business that work within your business, and awareness of what actually goes on. Vince Lombardi states, it takes months to find a customer, but it takes seconds to lose one. I know you heard that stating, one bad apple spoils a whole bunch. Yeah. I think that was the principle that he thought about when he said it. So, investing in excellent customer service is something that I want you to think about today. Investing in excellent customer service, because see, it always returns with customers that are willing to return a more profitable price to your business. It's become a norm. If you ever watched companies that have really bad customer service, if you watch throughout the years, you have seen that other investors, they'll come in, they'll fix that customer service issue, and then they will raise the price for the services, especially if they had a really good product. And they'll raise the price for those services, which is called capacity and demand. When capacity is fixed, then the demand rises. And when things hit a low, it allows them to meet the demand when the demand for their services peaks. Now, this principle of demand and capacity, we see it every day in concierge services. This principle, as I stated, when companies merge and are bought out, and with the brand Apple. For those of you who aren't familiar with concierge services are when the people that work within a hotel, they have their employees within that hotel to do things such as be extremely friendly and very efficient in helping their guests with restaurant reservations, making recommendations for activities of things that are catered to their interests within the area, arrange transportation to the airport, and simple things. And customers pay more because that hotel has taken the time to invest in their customer experience by paying attention to the details that meet their needs and their interests. So I want you to think about how you can do that. Focusing on customer needs and interest is the heartbeat of every business. That's the heartbeat. Because without a customer, you will not make any money. Now, concierge services is becoming more of the norm across, service-based and product-based companies now. Nowadays, it's becoming the norm. So, I just want to give you some statistics as it relates to this matter. Research states that companies that invest in a customer experience, their customers, their prices and well, the profit for those companies are 4 to 8% higher than their competitors, because they have invested in creating a customer experience. They're paying attention to the needs of their customer. The customer is water to your company. Without, just like your body, it needs water. Every business needs customers. And 2/3 of the companies compete for customer experience. So I purposely gave you a description of, things that concierge services provide to make you think. I like to make people think. So I want to ask you, what can you do to create a customer experience within your business? What can you do to create a distinct customer experience that will serve as free advertisement for your business and that hasn't been done within your industry? Think about it. Think about it. Think about, many times concierge services consist of what a person doesn't want to do or what they don't have the time to do. Think about what you don't want to do and you're willing to pay somebody. Think about that last conversation that you had. I wish I could find somebody to do this for me. I would pay him for it. Think about that. But I want you to take it a step further. Within your industry, what can you do to provide a customer experience that will set your business apart from all others? Stephen Hyken stated, a brand is defined by the customer experience, but the experience is delivered by the employees. So that's why I said, listening to your team, the employees, is important. Because if you have a bad apple, that bad apple will rotten the environment and tarnish the customer experience. Think about the experience for all of you loyalty Apple subscribers. Think about the experience. I want you to think about when a new iPhone comes out. Can you visualize when you go to the Apple store and the line is wrapped around the block repeatedly? Because of the experience, because of the brand and the things that are associated with Apple. They are they're investing in the experience. The brand is quality. The brand, for those of you who don't, is to think differently, to do things differently. It's sufficiency, having everything in one place where you can go. Now, and Apple is higher in price than its counterparts. How often have you seen customers do that for Samsung or LG? I know I've never seen it. Apple loyal customers many times are willing to pay 2 to 3 times the normal price just to have the latest Apple product, especially the iPhone. Now, your products may be phenomenal, but if your employees are providing not really good customer service, then that is why you are seeing a decline in your customer service. You're seeing a decline in your profit. And never underestimate your competitor's ability to take your customers, because you, as a business owner, have not invested in creating a customer experience. Claire Muscat said, building good customer experience does not happen by accident. It happens by design. Now, I train women-owned small business to position their staff within their business, because it's very important to have people in place that are able to see where to place their staff. It's called positioning. If you know that one of your employees is not really good with people, but they're good with numbers, it makes sense to have them in the back with the books and doing the numbers and doing the ordering and the tracking and things along those lines, if they're really good with numbers. And to have a person with a bubbly personality that's very welcoming, they're very hospitable, they're very articulate, and they're good with attention to detail. So you must pay attention to these things, because the person that is listening and paying attention to detail, when they're listening, they can pick up when a customer says, I wish that I had such and such. And when you have someone that is paying attention to that detail, you can implement that. You know how you go to McDonald's and they say, do you want to supersize that or increase it, supersize it, or, things along those lines? Well, you can do that with your service when you have someone that is paying attention to the details. They're listening, listen and implement, listen and implement. So I teach, as I stated, women-owned small business to position their staff within their business, so that the internal customer service, which is the relationship within the business, the employees, as well as the external customer service, which is the customers that come in providing a service or a product for a nominal fee. Next, I want to talk to you about never being satisfied. When you're never satisfied, you don't settle for, well, this is what it is, but you're always listening and paying attention so that you can implement to continue to grow in productivity, to continue to grow in profit. And I just wanted to also just let you know my stance of where, what my credentialing were. But I want to also give you some thoughts about never being satisfied and the power of your words and how to use them as we, as small business women, unite together, especially during this Black History Month. George Washington Carver stated, start where you are with what you have. Make something of it and never be satisfied. I, within my career, have worked within private, public, and governmental entities. I have been called upon to provide solutions in some of the most crucial times. And I remember working in a healthcare facility as an administrator. And I asked, why is there a one-size-fits-all system in place at this particular healthcare facility? And one of the tenured staff said to me, this is the way that we've always done it. So basically, continuous improvement didn't exist. So further down along the way, the state auditors came in to audit the facility. And they were cited for several citations. For those of you who aren't familiar with healthcare facilities, there's certain credentialing offices such as JCO and things along those lines that come in, and once they accredit it, it allows the healthcare facility to stay in business and, you know, receive money and things along those lines. So, and they can also shut you down if you don't correct those citations. So the facility hired an outside agency to come in and train the entire administration of the facility. And I will never forget when the head of nursing said to the director, Chanel made some of these same recommendations that this outsourcing agency said. Because see, I was working. I wasn't coming as an consultant. I was working there during that time. And they said, Chanel made some of the same recommendations that this outsourcing agency made. Had we listened a while ago, and had we listened to her, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Now, this event of what she said and several other repetitious events of me hearing similar things told me never to discredit my thoughts. Because time after time after time, my thoughts of how to process things, how to position staff, how it has always fallen true where I've been called upon with it, as I stated, within the private sector, within the public sector, within the government sector to sit on teams, and my opinion has been solicited time after time after time. And many times, many of those organizations, the people, the head people, they got bonuses because of my thoughts. So as I said, this event made me decide to start training, which is why I'm now giving suggestions. I refuse to settle with continuing to have everyone benefit from me, and after applying for more money and not having enough, being told no, but yet they want my thoughts. So I decided to create opportunities by way of training small-owned business women of how to